Oh man, you guys, the pack is back. I can't believe it. Can you believe it? I can't believe it.
All of my plans to take over Pac-World are always spoiled by that little pack rat. I blame the two of you!
Surely it's more his fault than mine.
Is not. And don't call Lord Betrayus Shirley.
Shut up, you two! Ugh. If only I could get my hands on the repository that holds the Pac-World bodies of all the ghosts in the Netherworld. If I had my body back, this would all be so easy!
Yes, sir. I'm sure that would make all the difference.
Of course, you have also failed every time you try to steal the repository.
Ow.
That's what you get for stating the obvious!
Perhaps it's the whole you stealing the repository thing that is the problem. If you had something of value to offer in exchange, perhaps Peck would actually steal the repository himself and give it to you.
Of course! What a brilliant plan! I'm glad I thought of it! I know just what to offer him! And I think I know how to make it happen. First, I'll need to distract the Lemonhead while we plan this out.
Oh, I know! The giant Grindertron robot! I have just finished repairing it! It is ready to unleash on Pacopolis! Again!
Perfect! Now, let me tell you the rest of my idea. Space. Apex. The repository. Body! Well?
Needlessly complicated as always, sir.
Oh no!
Look at him go!
Doomed! Pac is awesome!
Alright, I'm gonna level with you. The story in this game is embarrassing, and I don't care. I don't care about that. This game is really fun. It has some unique mechanics, and I would recommend it to literally anybody that likes 3D platformers. Let's actually talk about the mechanics. Pac-Man's main attack is his chomp, and you can chain chomps together simply by pointing in a direction and pressing the chomp button another time. It works pretty much exactly like Sonic's homing attack. There are collectibles in each stage that double your score at the end of the stage if you find them all. Now this game was made for kids, so it's rather easy, but if you want to get the high score, that changes a lot. I just wanted to get this little extra. It wasn't spawning for some reason. I guess you could also make the comparison to Ty's Chomp from Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, but he rarely used that for platforming. They got Pac-Man's voice actor from the television series, but for some reason couldn't get the others. Each time you chomp a ghost successively, your score goes up, but it maxes out at 500. That just won't do. Do you see how high that score counter is up there? Do you see how high our score needs to be? That just won't do at all. So these silver medallions are point multipliers, and if we scare ghosts, they're worth even more points. So when you add a point multiplier with a medallion, that happens. That is the easiest way to get a high score. Now, it gets more difficult as the game goes on, but the basic formula still remains. You want to get a lot of ghosts together, scare them, and then chomp them all at once. Gets a lot harder when they introduce new enemy types. These little extra zones contain challenges for whatever power-up you have at the time. This is the first one, so it's not actually a challenge at all. Basically, it just introduces you to the idea of these things. Now, I could have jumped straight forward, and sequence broke instead of riding this platform, but I rode the platform. I want to point out, since we're riding these platforms and nothing else is happening, this game looks pretty damn good. Like, it's not the highest of HDs, there are more detailed games, but the graphics look pretty. Very smooth, very colorful. I want to touch all these things. I want to buy toys of these things. And if I were much younger, I would probably put them in my mouth, which is what choking hazard warnings are for. We can't just scare ghosts whenever we feel like it. We need to bite 5 ghosts to fill up our scare meter, which is that thing under our health bar. Also, our scare doesn't reach forever. It reaches pretty far, but the ghosts need to be relatively close. And if you get the high score, you get a gold medal at the end of the stage. You don't get anything for getting all of the gold medals, but it's fun. And that's kind of the whole point.
Oh man, that can't be good!
You're right about that. Giant robots are always bad news.
Giant robots? Again?
Atreus is an evil genius, but originality is not his strong suit.
Yeah, well, original or not, that thing's gonna smash Pacopolis if you don't stop it!
No problemo! I beat that Grindertron thing once, and I'll beat it again!
Be careful, Pac. I think Betrayus might be up to something bigger than just smashing Pacopolis.
He usually is. Don't worry, Pinky. I'll take care of it.
So in the hub areas, we can go talk to NPCs, but I don't want to do that. I really don't. And now we are Ice Pack. Do you get the joke? I get the joke. It's a good joke. Ice Pack can predictably freeze water, but he can also freeze ghosties. And when we freeze them, they're worth more points. Generally, when you attack ghosts with your special abilities, they are worth more points. That's important to keep in mind. Another not really challenging challenge area. There's nothing in here to stop us from reaching the fruit before the time limit. These platforms do disappear, but you'd have to stand still for quite a while. If you follow this orange furry thing, which is called a fuzzbit, by the way, and you collect all of its dots, you get a 1-up. We're not going to need those. We'll have 99 of them by the end of the second world. Those platforms flip when you jump, kind of like the same ones in Super Mario Galaxy. You may have noticed that we've been collecting little silver balls that add chunks to the end of our health meter. That's called Slimetanium, and we can get up to 3 extra hits. Slimetanium is also worth 500 points. That's not a lot, but it's something. Sometimes these bushes in a circle like this contain power-ups if you bump into them all. And this time it was a point multiplier, which we can add to this point multiplier, and then scare these ghosts. And wow, that's a lot of points. And right down here is an easy to miss cherry, right beneath this platform we're on right now. The way the collectibles are hidden varies a lot. If there's one complaint I have about this game, it's that. Sometimes they're incredibly difficult to find, and sometimes they're just kind of waiting for you. Something important about these platforms that flip. When you jump a second time in the air, they don't flip again. You can abuse that pretty easily, though it may not be abuse, since that's, intentional. None of the voice actors in the television show are incredibly high profile. I'm not sure why they couldn't get them for the game. These green ghosts stay really far away from you, they don't move from their spot, and they shoot bouncing spit globs. Not too tough in big open areas like this, but when there's a lot of them, it's a bit harder. Also, you can see sometimes the power-ups have effects you wouldn't even expect. It's not uncommon for new ghosts to join a fight after you've already started. Sometimes you just want to wait for all of them to appear if you're trying to get the high score, so that way you can chomp them all at once. Here's a weird mechanic that only gets used once or twice. If we freeze sleeping ghosts, they fall onto buttons and press them for us. I really only think that's used twice in the entire game. The game has a fair share of mini-bosses. We need to put out this guy's fire before we can do anything to him, but even then he's not done fighting. Thankfully his attacks are, you know, really easy to avoid. So, some stages you fly around, and they're basically just big shooting galleries. Just like the chomps, the more ghosts you hit in a row, the higher your points go. But it maxes out at 1,600 for the gun. So it's really easy to get the high score on all of these stages, provided you just shoot everything. There's also a lock-on attack, but that's only useful for certain enemies, and it gives you way less points. The enemies make some pitiful attempt to fight back, but really, they're not going to hurt you. So when this game was advertised, what little advertisement it had, these flying sections were advertised as a big change from the prequel. That seems kind of weird to me because this game as a whole is way different from the prequel. The prequel was a way more traditional 3D platformer. You didn't have a fixed camera, there was no high score, and you simply went back to old stages and completed challenges to get extra collectibles. This one's much more arcadey, and it uses a fixed camera that reminds me a lot of the original Pac-Man world. I guess it's kind of hard to advertise things like that to children as opposed to, look, you can shoot ghosts now. While I find both games to be fun and creative, this one definitely has a lot more for older players thanks to the high score. You have to actually put effort into getting all the gold medals. And some of the confrontations are genuinely hard. Not these sections though. These sections are a nice break from the platforming stages, but they're not difficult in the slightest. They have some pretty damn good music though. I suppose these sections are also in here because the characters got these hoverboard things in the second season. And this game is based on the second season. I don't care though, they're fun. If you're wondering what those purple squares are on the map, those are tutorials for the various powers, and we're not going to play those because I can explain the powers in like 3 seconds. I guess they're circles and not squares, but you know what I mean. It looks like someone didn't finish rolling out their AstroTurf. I guess when you're being invaded by ghosts, that's not a priority. This is the first stage where a lot of ghosts are grouped together in different areas with no point multiplier in sight. Sometimes the point multipliers are hidden, sometimes there just isn't one. But either way, you can't get all of the points from just one confrontation in this stage. The purple ghosts are a lot like the green ghosts, but instead of flying, they strafe back and forth and only shoot straight. The yellow ghosts just kind of charge straight at you. So Rubber Pac basically just gives Pac-Man the ability to wall jump and butt bounce. The butt bounce has many different functions. Pac-Man can also perform a high jump. It's not that much higher than your double jump, but it is just enough higher to reach certain places. There's a point multiplier right there, but we don't want to grab it yet. First of all, there's not that many ghosts right here. Maybe there's more ghosts up ahead. And when we do come up here, hey, there's 2 more point multipliers. Which is a lot. Yeah. You really need to survey your surroundings before you start grabbing stuff. If you want to get the high score, I mean, but I'm not sure why you wouldn't want to get the high score. These sections are meant to resemble traditional Pac-Man mazes, but you can just jump over the walls. It's still a cute reference. There are a whole lot of ghosts in this place, but there's no point multiplier to be seen anywhere. Maybe we should just ignore them for now. We already have enough points to reach the high score, provided we get all of the collectibles, which we will. But it's really satisfying to get a lot of points. And hey, look, a point multiplier. And over here's another one. Unfortunately, for some reason during this recording, I must have gone completely brain dead or something. What you want to do is stand in the upper left corner of this area and scare the ghosts, so that way you can chomp the upper and left purple ghosts at the same time, and get quite a few points in the process. I'm not sure why I just kind of waddled around in a circle instead. You can change some pretty neat platforming with Rubber Pac together after you learn how he behaves. For example, after a butt stomp, he always bounces. And yes, I am just biting trash cans and recycle bins to grab food out of them. I like to think that the glowing aura they give off is only glowing for Pac-Man. The vending machines don't glow for anybody else, they just glow for Pac-Man. Everything with food in it glows to him. That's pretty in character with the television show, too. A lot of the conflicts in television show are just caused by Pac-Man wanting to eat everything. The show as a whole feels like an 80s cartoon come back from the dead, and it's in 3D, and it's a little bit self-aware about how goofy it is. Just a little bit. I really dig the first area of this stage. You have a whole ton of purple ghosts back there like it's some kind of weird reverse Galaga, and a whole yellow ghost army. But there's a whole 3-point multipliers right here near the start, which, after I get back up, makes this intensely satisfying. I do like the placement of the purple ghosts right here. It can be genuinely difficult to dodge their shots while you're preoccupied with the yellow ghosts. I guess this is the first stage where the collectibles are more traditionally hidden, like in little tucked away areas. In the first Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures, you had some interaction with the townspeople. Not so here. Even though you're only behind objects once or twice in this game, they do make Pac-Man's silhouette visible. That's awfully considerate. When you see a big glob of ghosts just sitting together, it gives you the same kind of I want to kill them all at once feeling as, say, a Dynasty Warriors game. The game does a really good job of making you want to get as many as possible together at the same time, just because it feels so good to chomp them all. And I think that's the biggest reason that going for the high scores in all of these levels is so fun. Hey look, another challenge area. I swear, eventually, these challenge areas will actually get challenging. In spite of this one having a weird-looking rotating block, not even remotely difficult. I swear, eventually. The game has a habit, especially in later stages, of putting point medallions further and further apart. So if you want to get the highest multiplier possible, you have to book it. This is kind of a precursor to that. They're not that far apart, but you do have to run. As I said before, the high bounce is just the slightest bit higher than our normal double jump, so we kinda need it for platforms like these. I kinda dig the enemy formations in this game a lot. Like, they draw you in the middle just there, and then they spawn purple ghosts on the sides to shoot at you while you're distracted with the ghosts in the center. It's not super hard or anything, but there's definitely some thought put into it.
Hi, Silly. Hey, Pac. Grindertron is going to be tough to beat. I'll try to help you out when I can. Pac, I'm keeping an eye on Grindertron. Get here as soon as you can.
So these yellow pellets we've been collecting, they don't have a direct function unlike the first Ghostly Adventures game, they just add a bit to our score. We get the majority of our score from fighting ghosts though, so if you ignored the pellets entirely, you could still probably get the high score. Over here are fire ghosts. We need to put out their fire with our ice power first, or we could chomp them without doing that. If we have Ice Pack and we chomp them without putting them out, they'll get put out, but we'll still get hurt.
Well, try to finish off these ghosts before the timer runs out.
Whenever one of these challenges appears, it's kind of a, here, have the high score for the stage for free. You wait for a whole ton of ghosts to spawn, grab nearby point multipliers. And really, what was Betrayus thinking? If you're wondering why the ghosts get scared, is because Pac-Man points to his mouth and threatens to eat them. And the television series that this is based on, the ghosts are very aware of how gross being eaten by Pac-Man is, and they really want to avoid it. I mean, yeah, it's disturbing to acknowledge something like that, but they also acknowledge it's disturbing, so that's good by me. This stage introduces my favorite power-up, and I also like the construction site vibe. Fits really well with the power-up theme.
Excellent!
So if it looked like it was satisfying to chomp ghosts before, we can use this magnet to pull in an infinite number of ghosts at the same time, and chomp them all at once. They break free eventually, but it takes a while. The magnetic pack is also used for some gravity reversal, but not really gravity reversal mechanics. Those big squid-like ghosts will instantly attract us to them if we use our magnet power, and we can't eat them with the magnet unlike the other ghosts. So when one of them is present, we want to be careful about how we use the power. They do some relatively clever things with magnet platforming, but it takes a while to get there. Here's something at least a little clever, though. We could have just dropped over there where the ghosts are, but we want to come over here real quick. So something kind of important about the magnet power-up is that you can suck up ghosts through walls using the magnet. That's actually really useful. I don't know where I think I'm going right now. Nope. I swear I don't remember doing that. The green squid-like ghosts take 2 chomps. That doesn't make them any harder, really. It's virtually indistinguishable from eating a normal ghost. You just press the square button an extra time. Their whole function at this point in the game is to stop you from abusing the magnet power-up too heavily. If you still want to use the magnet power-up, you can just chomp the squid ghost first, though. Did I mention I really dig the construction site theme for this stage? It looks good, and the weird electronic music really suits it. I was talking, Spiral, I was talking. This right here is where you get most of your points for this stage, and if you screw this up, you probably need to restart. You could use the magnet to suck in all of the ghosts after you scare them. I didn't do that just because I guess I didn't want to.
Ready, Paxter? Ready, Spiral! Let's go!
I like this section in spite of it not being very difficult. You're stuck to a pretty tiny moving platform. And I always like when 2D platformers give you a really closed-in area to evade a lot of hazards. There's a ton of different ways to do that. I think I've liked that ever since I played Mighty Bomb Jack on the original Nintendo. And yeah, this is the platforming trope where you're on a moving platform and you drop off, then get back on the moving platform later. But you use the magnet power-up to do it, so in spite of it not being really different, it at least feels kind of different. At the game's worst, it has completely average but still good game design. And I can't really fault it for that. I feel like the developers of this game genuinely wanted to make a good experience. I feel like if you swapped out this Pac-Man's design with the one from Pac-Man World 2 and 3, this could be an acceptable Pac-Man World 4. A very strange Pac-Man World 4. But I think it would work.
Look out, Paxter!
Spiral, listen, I got this, man. I thought it was really humorous that, in spite of Pac-Man appearing in Super Smash Bros., it wasn't his rebooted form, it was the Pac-Man World 2 and 3 form. More specifically, Pac-Man World 2, because he didn't talk. I'm not sure whether they felt embarrassed about the new Pac-Man, Because it seemed like it would be a really good marketing decision to make him the new Pac-Man, right?
Let's see how good you are when you're up against the clock!
This stage is kind of short. I'm not sure why they put the Ghost Challenge at the very beginning, but that's not really important. When I saw this stage in the trailer for the second game, I thought, I actually need to play this. And this turned out to be one of the least interesting stages gameplay-wise, but visually, it's probably my favorite. There's just something about platforming on a giant clock using magnet powers that seemed insanely fun. They try to place ghosts on the magnetic platforms to hamper your movement a bit, but you can just suck them up. I love the visuals in this stage. You can see our collectible down there right beneath me, but we can't get at it from this angle. There's something about moving machinery that I find really appealing in video games in general. I'm not sure there's machinery that doesn't move. That teal platform we hopped over is going to be important in a second. I don't know, this isn't the most clever usage of these mechanics possible, but they tried. You can always say that. These teal platforms always move on their own as soon as you step on them, which is important because you can only move in 2 dimensions on a magnetic platform. You can use pretty much any power-up to get rid of shields the ghosts have on. There are a few exceptions.
Still totally wrecking Pacopolis. Glad you're on the case.
You might think it makes no sense that the magnet pulls the ghosts out of the metal, but the game does specifically refer to it as a ghost magnet. So these must be ghost platforms. And here's that big clock we were promised. Makes absolutely no sense, but how could anyone look at that and say, I don't want a platform on that? Of course you want a platform on this. It is a bit challenging to move from platform to platform while they rotate like that. And as if you didn't already have enough points, do you remember earlier how I mentioned they like to spread out point multipliers? This is probably the earliest example of point multipliers being spread across multiple platforms in a kind of gauntlet-like fashion. You don't have time to stop, really. I make the mistake here of pressing Scare before the other ghosts get all the way on the platform. It's not like we don't already have plenty of points, though.
Cool! The Pac-Man will definitely get me where I'm going.
The Pac-Man stages remind me a lot of bonus stages in Sonic, simply because of the tunnel and the way you move. We have a regular shot that we can use to kill ghosts pretty quickly. But we want to pick up these zucchini power-ups. They give us homing attacks. Makes it a lot easier to kill all the ghosts. So yeah, the Pacrocini definitely exists so they could sell toys. But they made a cool gameplay section out of it, so who am I to complain? If you make it all the way to the end of the tunnel before the timer runs out, you get bonus points. These are actually way more difficult than the flying stages that they kind of resemble, because the enemies do a really good job of blocking your path.
What a blast!
I believe this is the shortest level in the first world. It's a lot more open than the others we've seen so far. Also, there are a lot of ghosts right there, wow. We should probably scare them. But I only see 1 point multiplier over there. And just 1 point multiplier for that many ghosts, it's just not gonna cut it. So to maximize efficiency, we're gonna do this. The only really difficult thing right here is that it can be hard to get all the ghosts you want scared at the same time. But I think we came out more than okay. The only trick to these lightning ghosts is that you have to wait until they're not you know, glowing with electricity. And then you can just chomp them like a normal ghost. This is probably the mini-boss you see the most throughout the entire game. Which is weird because you need a power-up to defeat him, and you don't need a power-up for the other mini-bosses. So you figure they would get used more. We were talking about Pac-Man World earlier. I'm going to say right now, both this and the first Ghostly Adventures game are definitely better designed than Pac-Man World 3. Now, I am a Pac-Man World 3 apologist. I enjoy Pac-Man World 3, but the game design was almost non-existent. There's not a lot I can say about this section except that it's just really fun. You could take it super slow and just jump one platform at a time, but I like using the double jump to skip quite a few of the platforms. None of the collectibles in this level are really hard to find. I mean, yeah, they're off the beaten path, but just barely so. This guy splits into multiples, and we can either chomp them or kill them instantly with our freeze ray. You can see which one I chose. There are 2 flying stages in the first world, and you might think that's excessive, but the second one does introduce something new. an actual use for the lock-on mechanic. We still want to use the regular rapid fire for most ghosts, but the glowing ghosts and the squid-like ghosts can only be taken out with lock-on fire. They're also worth a lot of points, so you do want to make the effort to switch between regular fire and lock-on fire to maximize your points, if you care about that sort of thing. I'm gonna say again, I think this game's really pretty looking. They created a unique style of architecture for the Pac-Man Ghostly Adventure universe, even if you don't like the TV show, and I think that's admirable. You could just skip through these first two flying stages entirely and not shoot anything. The later ones, you don't get the luxury of doing that, though. I think these first two can get away with it because they're just introducing the mechanics. Doesn't mean it's not mindless, though. It's only slightly not mindless, thanks to you having to alternate between regular and lock-on fire. Here's the squid-like ghosts I was talking about. They give us 1,500 points instead of 1,000 like the glowing ghosts that also require lock-on fire. Just for reference, if all you cared about was killing all the ghosts quickly, you could use lock-on fire on all of them. Because when you shoot a chain of normal ghosts with lock-on fire, it explodes more than one. But you definitely wouldn't get the high score if you did that. We've picked up shields quite a few times, and not just in the flying sections. I've never bothered to explain them, because really they're self-explanatory. They protect you from damage for a very limited period of time. Oh yeah, that's right, a giant robot's been destroying the city while we've been kinda goofing around. We should probably do something about that. You may think I'm just running past these ghosts, but all I wanted was that point multiplier. Now, there are plenty of places to get points in this stage, so this isn't necessary at all. But it seemed cool enough to show off. The missiles that Grindertron rains down on us can hit us if we stand still for a few seconds. It's not like they're hard to avoid, though. You basically just have to hold forward.
Those ghosts don't stand a chance. Up and away!
I do think the missiles add to the overall feel of this stage, though. Also, the music is super dramatic. It's from the TV show. I don't know exactly when it's used. Hey, it's the first actually challenging challenge area. We have to make use of our rubber pack abilities in this one. It's pretty straightforward, but you can do a little trick up here that makes the stage at least 1/3 less long. That is, if I bothered to time it properly. There we go. I guess that was just me showing off that I know enough about a children's game to exploit its platforming design. And I still feel kinda proud about that. From here on, they start introducing ghosts with barriers or shields that you need to dismantle before you can scare them. It adds a bit of an extra rush because you want to be greedy enough to get those extra ghosts, and you're scared too. But if you're too greedy, you'll run out of time on the point multiplier. The higher in the air we are as Rubber Pac, the bigger a shockwave we make when we bounce back down. And of course, the bigger shockwave affects a wider area and a wider range of enemies. Something else of note, we can stun regular ghosts with our bounce when we're Rubber Pac, and eating them while they're stunned does give us more points. That Easter egg is kinda cute. I wonder what the best thing we could possibly do in this situation might be. And here's my favorite section from the first world right here. You have Grindertron actively trying to blow up the platforms you're on. This may not seem like a big deal, but they do actually explode fairly quickly, and when you get on these wheels, you'll notice there's a collectible on one of them. And it adds a sense of tension when you want to grab the collectible, but also the platform you're on is kind of glowing red hot. It's easy to goof up and mistime your jumps right there.
Now is not the time to... Oh, come on! Uh-oh!
Don't worry, Pac. I've got your back.
That berry the camera zoomed in on is going to be very important, but first there's another really quick Easter egg.
What's up, silly?
I've got your back, Pac.
If we talk to all three of the NPCs in this area, we get an extra life.
Mr. President, good to see you, sir.
Grindertron will destroy the city if you don't hurry.
It's not like extra lives are all that important, though.
Hi, Sir C.
Go get him, my boy!
There's also a second extra life right under that statue in the bushes. I'm not sure who would actually die to this boss fight, though.
Yeah! Large in charge!
I like this boss fight. I think it's pretty creative, and it's neat that they designed entire new mechanics for it. We can pull back while he's trying to suck us in. and he takes the opportunity while we're kind of bracing ourselves to fire missiles at us. That's really his most dangerous attack. The others are very easy to dodge if you know the signs. Perhaps his quickest attack is his eye lasers. You only have like a spare second to duck. After we eat 3 missiles, we can barf them back out at him. It's worth noting that when he sucks us in, the propeller itself won't hurt us. Only the missiles he shoots. Regardless of your age, you could probably sleepwalk through this boss fight. But I don't think it has to be challenging to be fun, and I like that almost everything in this game involves Pax chomping in some way. There are 2 bosses in this game where they just give you the high score. This is one of them, and surprisingly the final boss is one of them. But the other bosses you actually have to work to get the high score. And getting the high score on the bosses might be the most difficult thing in the game. That's not to say it's actually difficult, just, well, at least a little challenging. Nothing in this game is hard. In fact, I'd say on the whole it's even easier than its prequel. And even though it would have been okay to have the whole boss in that format, the game realizes that might get old and switches it up a bit. Grindertron spends an excessive amount of time taunting us in the beginning, so much so that we already destroyed one of his arms. To evade his attacks, all you really need to do is move around in a circle. If he attacks you with one of his arms, you just move left or right, but it's very unlikely he's going to attack you with those before you break them. I said this boss gives you the high score, but you do have to do some button mashing. You also get a huge bonus at the end regardless of how well you beat him up though, so you don't have to button mash that hard.
What's happening, Cersei? Did you find out what Betrays is up to this time?
Not exactly. I was only able to tap into Grindertron's memory files for a few seconds before you turned him into scrap metal. But I was able to find this.
My parents! On one of Apex's spaceships!
Sure looks that way.
Get the lemon rocket ready, Cersei! I've gotta go and rescue them!
No can do. I had Grinder testing out the lemon rocket in submarine mode. I got a signal just before you got here that he had found Paclantis again, but then I lost contact.
I need the lemon rocket to get into space. Guess I'm going to Paclantis again.
Well, the good news is that it reappeared right off the coast, so you can get there pretty fast. No need to flush you down the drain this time.
Welcome to Paclantis, which in all honesty is really beautiful visually. It also has the nicest music in the game, I think. Even though this is presumably where an entire society died, the scenery is just way too pretty for it to feel anything like that. It's hard to get the maximum amount of points right here because the ghosts are on 2 different levels, as are the point multipliers. I tend to go for the ghosts on the bottom level simply because they're grouped together. That probably could have gone better, but really, we're almost halfway there, considering our score doubles when we get all the collectibles. Chameleon Pac's gotten quite an upgrade from the last Ghostly Adventures game. For one thing, his tongue is no longer useless. It acts like a longer range chomp, and it gives us more points when we suck up enemies with it because, well, it's a special ability. They do that. Also, in the previous game, there was only one kind of platform to swing from. This one has 2. It has those quick circles that just pull us forward, and it has those poles we have to actually swing from. In the previous game, Chameleon Pac also had stealth abilities. That was kind of neat, but it wouldn't work with this game. When you jump on certain platforms or enter a challenge stage, the game removes 3D movement entirely, and you can only move left and right. I assume to prevent you from falling off. Even without scaring the ghosts or getting a point multiplier, it's pretty easy to rack up points with Chameleon Pac. He's like the magnet power-up in that regard. It's also one of the power-ups that you can mix with the scare, like the magnet. You can't mix the fire or ice power-ups with the scare, really, because they add other status effects. While the Chameleon Pac and the magnet just suck them right into your mouth. I find the small circles to be more satisfying than the poles, not because of the lack of input, but because they make us go faster. There are a few times in the game, not many, but a few, where you have to jump into areas that look like they would be scenery, like over here. It's not often in the game that paths diverge like they are right here. If we go straight up the middle, we'll fight the mini-boss, but of course we're still missing a cherry. You can see that the points max out at 3,500 if you grab the ghost with your tongue while they're scared. That's quite an improvement from normal Pac. Another challenge area completely void of challenge. We only have to use the tongue once. And I'm not sure how you could actually spend 60 seconds in here. If anything, it would be a challenge to run out of time. Work has been put into the mini-bosses in this one to make them more formidable than they were in the original Ghostly Adventures game. For example, this guy now has shields, and we need to break through them before we can bite him. They don't usually throw collectibles right in your face at the start of a stage. Usually. I like these spinning logs in the Paclantis levels in particular. They remind me of something you might see in a really fancy hotel. You can really mess things up by trying to maximize points right here. You just want to take what you can get and bite the first 5 ghosts with the point multiplier. Then grab the noodly ghost while you still have it. It's tempting to try and get these yellow ghosts up here to join with the ones at the bottom. But they're really determined to stay separate, so doing that you'll probably lose quite a few points. In contrast to Chameleon Pack, the fire power-up has gotten a huge downgrade from the first game. It no longer kills ghosts on contact, though it does stun them. Of course, Rubber Pack does the same thing, and so does Ice Pack, so it's not really unique in that regard. Fire Pack in general is the power-up you use to interact with the environment, turn switches, activate balloons, stuff like that. It's not really an exciting power-up to get, but to their credit, they did add a new platforming function to it as well. So it's not just an all-purpose gimmick to activate things in the environment. And we'll see that gimmick right here because we needed to get a cherry. Yeah, Fire Pack can hover. It's unfortunate, though, that you don't actually get to use that very much.
The lemon rocket is down in Paclantis somewhere. You'll find it.
Oh yeah, we're not actually in Paclantis proper. For some reason, the show only counts the underwater part as actually part of Paclantis. If you stun ghosts with fire before chomping them, you get more points, but this is still much harder to do than, say, using a magnet or tongue. The hovering ability makes normal platforming way easier. That's not to say it was hard to begin with, but it's fun to mess around with. There's really no strategy to be had here. There's a whole ton of ghosts and there's a point multiplier. You know what to do. We can use Fire Pack to explode bombs, but I just count that as interacting with the environment. In this challenge area, we just ride from one hot air balloon to the next. They get increasingly further apart. The only thing that you need to watch out for is you should be standing on the edge of a platform before you start to hover. Unless you're standing on the far opposite end of the balloon when you try to jump, then you're probably not going to fall down. Here's a situation where the fire power-up's attack is useful. If we didn't stun these ghosts before jumping down here, they would shoot their globs all over the place, and it would be kinda hard to dodge. You could get lucky and just jump in the center where the shield is first. Also, we can use the fire power-up to melt ice ghosts before chomping them. It's really the same principle as the fire ghosts, just in reverse.
How's it going, Pac, my boy?
I'm underwater now, Cersei, heading into Paclantis. No sign of the lemon rocket yet. I'll keep you posted.
I dig this stage for a lot of reasons. We'll get to them in order. The most important change underwater is that we jump much higher and we also float. The stage doesn't really care for hiding its collectibles, though. As the name would imply, there are a whole lot of jellyfish here, and if we bump into them, we get hurt. I'm not sure why you would try to bump into them, but there you go. And here's my favorite thing about the stage. It has a creative use for Pac-Man's chomp. Also, these second jellyfish jump up. You might fall for that the first time. But yes, as I was saying, there's a creative use for Pac-Man's chomp. We have to select when we want to chomp, so we don't just ram headfirst into the jellyfish. This level is also the first one that's actually kind of sparse on points. You need to be careful where you choose to use your scare at. The electric ghosts start turning, well, zappy again rather quickly, so it can be hard to bite more than one of them at a time. I'm not sure how the orange ghosts are different from the yellow ghosts, who also charge straight at you.
Very tasty. Not bad.
You might think it's easy to get the high score when there's so many ghosts grouped together like this, but you need to remember, you need to fill up the scare meter before you can use it. And if you use it at the wrong time, you'll chomp a whole group of ghosts and waste a lot of potential points, just because your scare meter wasn't ready. Here's another section with creative use of the chomp. I think this is sadly the last time we even see this mechanic. There might be one in the third world. I can't quite remember. Do you guys like Mario? I like Mario. These mini-bosses are the easiest in the game. You can chomp them at any time, and then while they're stunned, you just fling them into a mine. They only appear underwater, and they get some creative use later though, so not much to complain about. This level can be kind of tricky because whether you actually get the high score comes down to a single encounter. We lose access to our scaring abilities and any point multipliers during the entire second half of this level. And the high score is pretty big considering it's not very long. We can scare a few ghosts right here and still get our scare meter back up for the big encounter. But the ghosts we eat right here are nothing but just a little padding. They don't do much. The squid-like ghosts are generally used as backup for regular ghosts, but this really only works when we encounter later ones. The green ones aren't much of a threat by themselves. Alright, here's the big encounter. There are 4 point multipliers right near the center, and there are a whole lot of purple ghosts on the outside. we want to stand in one of the corners to get the maximum amount of ghosts in our scare as possible. And you can see, even without getting all the collectibles yet, we have more than enough score to be just fine. The only reason this level would be difficult is if you weren't quite sure how to maximize your scaring. This is Granite Pac, and he may be the most unique power-up in Ghostly Adventures. We can use him to dash forward by revving ourselves up. We lose control of him for a brief period while we do this. And we can also perform a butt slam, or a head slam in this case. As soon as we stop dashing, we can immediately dash again. That's pretty fun, but it's still hard to control ourselves even with that little perk. The head slam is new to this version of Granite Pac. Also new to this version of Granite Pac, when we hit a tower, we don't revert to regular Pac-Man. In the original Ghostly Adventures game, you turn back into regular Pac-Man every time you hit a tower. So the head slam is really the only new additional ability. You might figure it would help us to stop quickly, and I initially thought that too. In fact, that's why I used it to begin with. But Granite Pac has a stop button. It's circle, and he stops on a dime. The head smash does have a use of its own, though. It stuns enemies just like Rubber Pac smash, but that's only useful, I find, for the golem enemies up here. And we're not even going to talk about them yet, because they die too quickly for me to talk. In contrast with the previous stage, this one gives you plenty of chances to scare ghosts. We already have our first point multiplier and the level just started. The only really memorable thing about this stage is just how many ghosts there are to eat, because there's a whole lot. That's not to say it's a bad stage, and I like that this opening bit is structured to be slightly more open than normal. I think it's funny that this stage has exactly the same high score requirement as the previous one, in spite of there being a huge difference in the availability of points. If we didn't come over here, these purple ghosts would shoot at us while we tried to progress through the stage on that wheel we saw a little bit ago. A lot of these challenge areas have been pretty underwhelming, but this one's at least unique. The music in a couple of these levels really reminds me of Kingsfield, which is weird because a lot of the music for this world is hopeful. It's a kind of a stark contrast. I swear, this part in particular, though, is straight from Kingsfield 2. I suppose when I said the only really notable thing was the variety of ghosts, I was wrong. It does use these wheels a whole lot. And it's actually kind of interesting to platform on them. If you run against the way the wheel turns, it's kind of like a treadmill. In spite of the fact that we're kind of supposed to be swimming, but you know we're not actually swimming. We're just running underwater. This would seem like a prime place to use our scare if we had it, but if you did have your scare and used it here, that would probably be a big mistake. There's a lot of crap we can get on our way down here, but we want to aim all the way over here for the point multiplier. And ignore these first ghosts entirely, because there are so many ghosts over here that it makes the game slow down. And that's always a good sign. So we're obviously set for the level now, but we're still going to go and get that last collectible. It seems kind of funny that there's a point multiplier right here. It makes this battle more exciting, but you definitely have enough points by now. This level's called Shipwreck Shoals, even though most of the level does not take place inside the shipwreck. Just this, what, is this like less than a minute here? To end the stage, we get to fight another shark, and there's nothing special about him. It's just the same fight as before. This level is where we're actually going to spend the entire rest of this video. It's a pretty long level, and it's split distinctly into two parts. We don't really get any good opportunities to use the scare, though. Pretty much every battle has ice ghosts in it, so it's pointless to use the scare because the number of ghosts affected would be too small. This is the first level where the game shows an apparent lack of polish because the backgrounds flicker, or at least the water itself flickers. It's just a minor graphical glitch, not a big deal. It's kinda sad considering how pretty the game looks. This first part of the level is honestly weird. It's not bad or anything, but it feels like it's an idea for a level that they scrapped and decided to include as a smaller part of a different level. This is one of the few levels that involves backtracking, so some ghosts respawn, so you're not just walking the whole way back without anything to do. I think that's actually pretty nice. I would explain to you what the gimmick of the first half of this level is, but that's kind of insulting. You saw what it is, you know what it is. But the basic environmental interaction aside, I think it's neat that the first half of this level is non-linear. It's non-linear in the shortest, loosest term possible. Gonna let you listen to the music for a sec. I think it's some damn pretty music for a Pac-Man tie-in. But yes, the second half of the stage, entirely Granite Pack. We haven't even got any collectibles in the first half. That's kind of funny. So something about moving platforms, even though Granite Pack can stop on a dime, moving platforms are an exception to this. Pressing stop just breaks him, it doesn't like glue him to the ground or anything. So if you just try to stay on a moving platform by pressing brake, you'll roll straight off. In case you're wondering, yes, Granite Pack controls fine. I have never had any problems with the way he controls. I know that's sometimes an issue with mechanics like this. These ghosts up here with the helmets are the only ones that can hurt us while we're in our granite form. We just very slightly roll out of the way to avoid them, though. Up here is actually one of my favorite designed bits in the game. There's a whole ton of golems lining the sides here. And the center is full of wobbly platforms that'll drop us straight into the water.
Look out, Baxter!
I find the best solution is to avoid the center entirely. And make sure you stun the golems, because otherwise they will attack you all at once. Also, it helps if you don't fall in the water. The golems have 2 attacks. They can shoot lasers or create tremors. Both are fairly easy to dodge, but both are also fairly easy to accidentally roll into. Here's a collectible that's easy to miss even if you know where it is. And you'd kinda have to restart the entire stage if you missed it. I would ask you to ignore my problems here.
Be careful!
I was determined to not use this moving platform for some reason. The stun is genuinely very helpful when combating golems, because on their own they're not a big deal, but if more than one of them start attacking at the same time, it's just utter chaos. Granite Pack easily gives the game the most variety. It would be very easy to overuse it, though. Thankfully, they do not. I think there's just the right amount of Granite Pack in this game. And in the previous game, actually. This collectible's not hard to get at all. You're probably going to press the switches in the floor, even if you don't know what they do, because they're giant glowing switches. But all they do is lower this platform so you can get the last collectible. There's a really cute platforming challenge right here that I like a lot. It's very hard to stop in time to make this jump. And over here we have a whole lot of platforms that crumble. We kind of skipped most of them though. So anyway, these crumbling platforms, they're really only difficult as Granite Pack. So it makes sense that they use them so much when you are Granite Pack. The only time that these helmet ghosts are difficult is when you're fighting golems, because you want to stay safe from the golems and not run into any of their attacks accidentally. But if you stay in a safe area for too long, these ghosts will just hover right over and stab you. Really, it's good game design. These two enemies work pretty well together. There is a glitch that carried over from the previous Ghostly Adventures game. Sometimes when you roll into an enemy, sorry, a golem, it won't kill them. I'm not sure what triggers this. It's not really a big deal, though. Welcome to the most hilarious example of the game just giving you the high score. It's a big circular arena, all the ghosts spawn in the center. There are 2 point multipliers. And there was nothing you could have wasted your scare on. So yeah, we already hit the high score. We're not even 1/3 done with the stage, though. The stage is just kind of hilariously easy. Even all the collectibles are right in your line of sight. Do you see that coral reef that's shaped like a Pac-Man maze down there? That's some pretty great stuff. We've already fought this guy before, and again, there's nothing new here. He does drop an item this time, though. That collectible is almost mandatory. You would have to go out of your way not to pick it up. I would say, oh no, the second half of the stage is Granite Pack. We should have gotten our high score higher, but we already got the whole thing. I'm just using the stun right here to show you that if we stun ghosts and then roll over them, we get more points. I really don't think it's worth it. The extra points you get are so minimal compared to fighting golems and other creatures with Granite Pack. This part is actually kind of tricky because having to make a turn on crumbling platforms, well, you know what, you can imagine why that's tricky yourself. Granite Pack is not good at 90-degree turns. It is possible to absolutely speed through this section using the dash. Unfortunately, when I tried that while recording, it did not go so well. And up here is one of my favorite hazards in the whole game. I guess a lot of my favorites come from Granite Pack, don't they?
How's it going? Baxter, how's the search for the lemon rocket going?
These platforms fall. The most important thing to do is to keep your momentum going and make slight adjustments on the way. But you have to brake for a second there to get the collectible, and that's killed me quite a few times. Also, this area is really cute, and if Granite Pack were affected more by gravity, it would do something kind of neat. The platform is balanced by the golems, so when you kill some of them, it tilts. And this would provide an interesting challenge if the way it tilted affected Granite Pack at all. But it simply doesn't tilt enough to make a difference. Now, my bad aim, that makes a difference. Welcome to the last level before we fight the boss, and in spite of it being called Minefield Mayhem, we're not gonna be in danger from the mines or anything. We're just gonna swing off them.
It's easy being green.
I want to say it's easy to get the high score here, but it's not exactly easy, it's just not very challenging. You still have to pay attention and think about where to best use your scare or the point multipliers. It's not like the last stage, that's for sure. So they pull something a little tricky here. If we use Pac's powers to go all the way up to the left, we'll grab the Blizzard power-up and we won't be able to access the special challenge area. So we want to go to the right first. This one is just more or less a straight walk to the collectible with occasional jumping. We have to use Pac's powers for all of 2 seconds, and it's not special or anything. Now we can go and get that blizzard power-up that we actually need to proceed, but first, let me accidentally show off that the world randomly decides if you jump too far, you die.
Everybody chill.
There's a really strange area down here. It's an extra area, completely optional, but it doesn't have a collectible in it, or anything of note at all, really. I tried to jump over the fence, but it won't let me do that either. Generally, all the optional areas have collectibles in them, because this game's pretty arcadey, and everything you do for points. But there's not really anything point-related down here either. An optional area like this would fit better in the original Ghostly Adventures, which is a much more traditional 3D platformer. Man, I just realized how weird this is. The arcadey one is the one with collectibles, and the more traditional one does not have them. At least it does not have them to a notable degree. It's impossible to 100% all the collectibles, and you get all of the end-of-stage collectibles just by completing the game, so... On the other hand, this one you actually can 100%, and that's what we're doing right here, even though it's the more arcadey of the two. Also, the arcadey one is less difficult. This is really weird, man. There's another shark here, but just like the other times, it doesn't do anything. Don't worry, the shark will have a unique use soon, and it'll make up for its repetition here. There's another optional area down here. Oh, I guess we're gonna go get the collectible first. I'm getting ahead of myself. I think it's cute that all the ghosts underwater have fins on their heads. Maybe all the Atlanteans had fins on their heads, I don't know. But as I was saying, there's another optional area down here without anything in it. I mean, there's an extra life, but we have 75 of those. I know I said we would have 99, but for the more eagle-eyed, you might have noticed I've had to reset my save file. And when I reset it, I didn't care as much to get all of the extra lives in the first world. This area was something potentially neat if you would have needed to freeze the fans to progress to the collectible, but you don't. You can just wait for it to turn off. I mean, you can still freeze it if you want to, but it's not necessary or anything. I feel like in a less cynical time period, this game would end up being fondly remembered. Like back in the PS2 era, maybe. But that's why I'm sharing it, right? To show people that it's actually pretty sweet, in spite of some problems that we haven't seen yet. There are 2 sharks this time, and some ghosts, but it's still the opposite of challenging. In fact, if I did anything besides jump straight up, this would have gone much better.
Cersei! I just found the lemon rocket!
Hee, that's great! Guess you're about ready to head into space then!
I don't think so. Remember that crazy Pac-Topus carnival ride that I fought when it came to life a while back?
The one that came to life again and then escaped a few weeks after you fought it?
Yeah, well, I found it too. I think it thinks that the lemon rocket is its baby. And I don't think it's very happy to see me. This is gonna be tougher than I thought.
The Pac-Topus appeared at the very, very beginning of Season 2, for those curious. So the smart thing to do to avoid these mines is to jump off the platform and jump back on. Jumping back on is really important. I think this attack is pretty self-explanatory. The tentacles go very fast, but they stop sooner than you'd think. After it gets done throwing 2 mines, a shark appears. And this is the only creative use for the sharks, but at least they had a creative use. The boss fights in this game are pretty fun, and trying to get a high score on them is pretty challenging. But I think they're a lot less creative than the boss fights in the original Ghostly Adventures game. In this one, they had to leave enough leeway so that you could get a high score. And the first one, you were just trying to survive. For example, while the first half of this boss fight is fun, it's not exactly thrilling. Really dig the second half, though. I dig it so much that I'm talking about it when I should be talking about the first half, because, there's really nothing I haven't said about this yet. For this second half, the creature sticks its tentacles underneath the platform and brings them up at you. Now, these would hurt you, but it doesn't even aim for you, so it's very hard to die during this part. And how you get the high score here is you run into each of the tentacles right after each other. So you get a combo score, like with the ghosts. But yeah, this part is even less challenging than the first. It's almost on par with the first game, idea-wise, but the first game's boss fights were also difficult. I'm gonna spare you it repeating this pattern again.
I have the lemon rocket, Cersei! Next up, Apex's spaceship!
Rocket Pack is the most boring of all of the flying stages, and nothing new or interesting happens here. So I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. As the name for this stage would imply, it is primarily vertical, but we're gonna go down real quick first, just because there's some stuff down there we kinda want. So you can exit the flight trajectory of any of these bounce pads at any time. It's never really useful, but it made for a quick shortcut here. You can see what I said way earlier about being higher in the air, creating a much bigger shockwave. The level design here reminds me a lot of a level in the original Ghostly Adventures game. I think that level was more creative in its design, but I like this one more because it moves faster. It can be easy to miss the 2-point multipliers back here, which I think was intentional. But there are a whole lot of ghosts here, so many that you can't possibly get them all in one scare. So you really shouldn't try to, or else your point multiplier might run out before you do anything useful with it. I mean, it kinda ran out there anyway, because I wasted too much time with Rubber Pack. There's going to be plenty more opportunity for points, though. These platforms just flicker alternatively. They're like the platforms that switch on and off when we jump, except they do that on their own.
Hi, Silly. Pac! Apex must have your parents in that robot of his. Find the robot and you'll find Apex.
In the original Ghostly Adventures game, this butt slam thing that Rubber Pack does, it killed ghosts on contact, but it also left you way more vulnerable. I think I prefer this one. You're much less likely to get hit while you use it. So these bounce pads, when you use them, you're locked into that trajectory. You can't change it, but you can leave it. But it makes you go at its own pace. So when we're presented with obstacles in its path, need to be very careful about our timing. I like when games find uses for even the most mundane of their mechanics. Like, this game didn't have to find a creative use for its bounce pads, really. But it did anyway. And I commend it for that. A couple times in the game there will be ghosts hiding in these little bins. I recommend getting them out just so you can get a higher score from chomping them. There is a reason I didn't use my scare just now. Here's another exploration of the bounce pad's relatively simple mechanics. We have to stop right here. Because if we don't, the bounce pad will send us over this platform, and we won't get the collectible. Even though the bounce pad sends you slowly over the platform, it's kind of hilariously easy to miss that platform. You expect it to stop you halfway so you can get off, but it doesn't. You have to do that yourself. It probably wouldn't even occur to you that you can leave the bounce pad's trajectory until that happened to you. So I guess it's kind of cruel, but I think that kind of cruelty is alright. It's kind of humorous. I wish these flickering platforms were used in more interesting... Oh wait, they are. Hold on. I just remembered. Never mind. I mean, they're pretty basic, but they do make traversing the environment slightly more thoughtful, and that's appreciated. There's nothing wrong with that. It also really adds to the aesthetic of the space levels. This section is basically about controlled falling by rubbing Pac up against a wall. He does fall slowly at first, but his speed increases the longer he falls. So you need to be careful. This game introduces a really cool mechanic, but it also introduces massive slowdown. And this is not me. It is not a problem with the downloadable version of the game. This was an issue in every retail release. But here's the neat mechanic. You pull yourself toward those magnet ghosts and you have to let go at just the right time or else fling yourself into an abyss. Thankfully you can grab onto the magnet ghost from pretty far away. But, about the slowdown. This world is full of it. And if you bought the PS3 or Xbox 360 versions of this game, this would happen. It's not really a glitch, it's just every version of the game does this. And that's really sad, because this game is pretty good. This level also introduces ghosts with shields. You have to wait until they charge at you before you can bite them. And you have to bite them from behind, obviously. If you try and bite them from behind before they charge at you, they'll just rotate. So you end up ramming into their shield and hurting yourself. I guess the slowdown makes the fighting easier, I guess. I'm just really sad because this game is so pretty and polished, aside from this enormous issue that is part of every retail version of the game. How does that even happen? This is the part of the game where they start putting more and more obstacles on the magnet paths for you, making use of the fact that you can only move in 2 dimensions. It's pretty nice. It would be possible to use the magnet power-up there too, but then you risk accidentally latching onto this ghost when you just want to suck up all the ones you scared. I love the view of... do we call it Pac World? I love the view of Pac World from here. Look at how awesome this hallway is. This is a really awesome hallway right here.
What's new, Spiral? Guess you're still trying to find Apex. Who knew space was such a dangerous place, huh, Baxter?
I don't recall you getting on the lemon rocket with us, Spiral. What are you doing here?
Run him down.
The magnet power-up actually shoves away ghosts with shields instead of sucking them up, which I think is a cute touch. It's the little details of this game that I like so much. If the developers hadn't cared, they wouldn't bother creating so many little details and uses for all the mechanics. But they obviously did care, and I appreciate that, because this game's pretty fun. Except for the part where the game was rushed or something, and there's huge slowdown. I'm not going to blame that on the developers, though. Wait, I just realized I've been saying every retail release of this has this issue. As far as I know, the Wii U version does not for some reason, but the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions do. So if you're the stereotypical child who buys cartoon games for his Nintendo console, then you're fine. I mean, I do that a lot, but I didn't own a Wii U when I bought this. I appreciate that right here they put the purple ghost further back than usual, because regularly you can reach the purple ghost pretty fast, but at least they put obstacles there this time. And of course there are going to be hazards in between magnet ghosts, but you can usually just fly right over the hazards, because you get some sick air with those things. Here is the most nefarious of the magnet traps, the wheel with fire on it, because it constantly chases you around. So you have to get on and get off as quickly as possible. Really, you could probably get the majority of the points for the level right here. That was a lot of ghosts. This stage immediately greets us with a fire power-up, and we immediately learn that the fire power-up is useless against ghosts with shields. It just bounces right off them. We can still hit them from behind with it, though. This level is called Welcome Aboard because it's the first one in this world where we enter a spaceship. We're not in it for very long, but there's some interesting stuff inside. We've already gotten a collectible just like this one when we first got the fire power-up back in Paclantis. Even though there's a point multiplier right here, we don't have our scare, and even if we did, it would be a waste to use it. There's a shield ghost right there, and there's only 4 normal ghosts. If you use the scare on a ghost with a shield, it just loses its shield. It doesn't actually become scared. So that makes using scares around them pretty useless. You can slip on the ice that ice ghosts leave behind, but it doesn't do much. Really, it's a non-hazard. Here's a challenge area that I actually really like because it's challenging and makes unique use of the fire ability. Or it will when we stop getting hit. We just have to carefully time our descent, basically. It's pretty hard to screw up. But if you're used to the other easier challenges, you might run into the spikes. Fire Pack can turn on a dime in the air, just flip around whenever he wants to, so it makes it easy to make adjustments. You see that big glowing red core back there? I don't know what that is, but it looks awesome. A lot of this stage is very circular. Basically just really tiny arenas. I like all the puns that the ghosts make. Each of them makes a different kind of pun. I think it adds a lot to their personality. Right here is that section I was speaking of, where they mess with the flickering platforms a little bit. But first we need to lessen the gravity. Just nerf the gravity a little bit. The easiest way to time this properly is to listen to the beeps of the platforms. I find it's easier than trying to judge the timing by just looking at them. The last collectible is also something we need Fire Pack for. Fire Pack's getting a lot of love this time. This level starts up with a bit of a tricky fight. There's a point multiplier right there, but there's also shield ghosts and a noodly ghost, one that shoots other smaller ghosts. Now we want to use our scare, and the right thing to do here is just sacrifice it to get the shields off of the shield ghosts, and then bite around them. If we bite ghosts that aren't scared, it will interrupt our chain and lower our point counter. There are some times where it's unavoidable and you end up biting ghosts that aren't scared. This is the main mechanic of this stage. There's a lot of seesaw platforms. Thankfully, Pac-Man is very gravity resistant, so you have to tilt it up like this far to screw yourself over. These seesaw platforms might be kind of standard to you, but you've got to keep in mind that the game introduces a whole lot of platforming mechanics across its runtime, and there's almost always a new way to traverse platforms in every world, and sometimes from level to level. So even though these seesaw platforms are not the best thing ever, they add variety in a good way. And the game does do some pretty neat things with them in a bit. I really like this collectible down here for really no particular reason.
Time to see if you can beat Rock! Eat all the ghosts before time's up!
Oh, thanks, Betrayus. I was wondering how I would get the high score for this level. These challenges are actually from a single moment in the original Ghostly Adventures game. There's a single level where Betrayus pulls out this challenge. And they made that an entire mechanic in this game, which I think is kind of cute. I think it's been a while since we've seen Fuzzbit. I can't remember. I think so. There is a tiny bit of design in this challenge area, you probably just wouldn't notice it. The idea is to stay at the very edge of a platform before you jump and hover, like we learned a while ago with those hot air balloons. Or we'll miss the platform. Oh hey, we're at my favorite part of the level. I said earlier that they would put point multipliers further and further apart. This time they're at the edge of these seesaw platforms. And you have to go quite a long while without even seeing any ghosts to hit them with. And even then you get shot at on your way there. How rude. But really, that's one of my favorite platforming sections from this world. It's just really fun. I like the touch at the end where the purple ghosts shoot at you. It makes it a lot more challenging than it would be otherwise. You can even use the seesaw platform to get rid of some of their shots. It's pretty fun. We can get almost half the high score for this level in just the first 20 seconds or so. It requires running through all of those, though. Whenever you see those, you want to run through them. Oftentimes they do hide point multipliers. I don't think I've mentioned yet, but the point multipliers in this game are actually repurposed assets from the original Ghostly Adventures game, and that one they're arcade tokens. This area can be kind of tricky depending on how you approach it. The trick to approaching it is actually not thinking very much. There are way too many shield ghosts and noodly ghosts for you to maximize your scare. And if you just run up and bite both noodly ghosts, you already get 6,000 points. It's really the most convenient way to go about it. I come back here to kill this shield ghost, seemingly out of spite, but I actually just wanted to show this off over here. It's just a one-up kind of sitting by itself, but that's content, and you want to see all the content, right? So when you approach one of these shield mini-bosses without a power-up, which we'll get to after I finish getting rid of these guys, when you approach one of them without a power-up, they immediately just shoot their shields away. So that way you can actually combat them. I'm not sure why they would do that in universe, but mechanically it makes sense. In the original Ghostly Adventures game, the moving platforms were not a different color. I think that added to the maze-like aspect of some of the magnet challenges in that game, though. The only thing up here is a 1-up, but it's good that they reward extra effort. It's very easy to miss this next collectible. It's also very easy to run into spikes if you're not paying attention. When I say miss, I don't mean permanently miss it, because you can always use the magnet ghost to get back up at it, but it's very easy to fling yourself right beside it. I have a lot of issue with this part right here in particular. Oh, no I don't. Never mind. That must have been a failed recording. The game just kinda hands us the second collectible of this level. It's just kinda sitting there. The only interesting thing I can say about this encounter is that I should have waited for the rest of the ghosts to get on the platform. The last collectible isn't very well hidden, but it's kinda cute. We see a magnet wheel with a chameleon tongue pole sticking out of it. And we just have to do a quick switch and walk back up as Magnet Pac. Again, not very well hidden. It's kind of a cute idea, though. This level is pretty short, but it's split into 3 distinct parts. The first part is a battle followed by a giant wheel, and then another battle followed by a giant wheel. Fortunately, we have rubber packs, so we can just kind of stun all of the enemies. We don't want to use our scare, though. It's not all that challenging to stay on the wheel. You just kind of move backwards. The wheel does move slightly faster than you can move backwards, but by that point you're at the end. The other orange ghosts, the big noodly orange ghost spawns, they count as separate points, but they vanish if you don't bite them quickly enough. These aliens are meant to shoot at you while you're on the wheel, but they don't care very much about aiming. They just kind of shoot wherever. Maybe had a little bit too much momentum there.
Oh, yeah! Excellent!
Bet you can't eat
The second part of the level is the most interesting ghost challenge in the game. We have to eat the ghosts in the time limit like normal, but that big thing in the background is also going to be shooting lasers at us. It's actually a little bit more difficult because you're used to not having to pay much attention. This is also where they throw shield ghosts into the mix. So really, it requires a lot more thought than all the other challenges up to this point. That was Apex's robot, by the way. Apex was in that robot. Pac-Man didn't seem to want to react to it for some reason. Maybe they didn't have budget for that. The third part of this level is just a really, really long glide. Or 2 really, really long glides, I guess. They start mixing enemy types together a lot better starting at World 3. I think it's pretty noticeable. This section can be kinda rough if you don't just hover around the outside, but there is a collectible hidden right behind one of these hazards. Thankfully, like I mentioned earlier, we can turn around pretty quickly and adjust ourselves. With this guy, we can just kinda be a jerk and destroy his shields from really far away. Thanks, Slowdown. What was that for? The first part of this level has some pretty tricky platforming, but the payoff is worth it if you can pull it off. So we've established that the game likes to hide point multipliers, well, not hide them, but place them very far apart from each other. Now, combine that with vanishing platforms. It's very easy to trip up here and run into a hazard or fall down a pit just because you're eager to get the point multiplier. But if you get them all, you'll have a ×5 point multiplier on your hands. And that's basically all the points for this level taken care of already. I really love the layout of this part of the stage where they combine the vanishing platforms with the fire wheel. It's very easy to dodge still, but it's nice. This level has a very appropriate name. It is indeed a space dock, and we are doing a lot of swinging.
Excellent.
Do you see those mad skills right there? Even though it's not as good as the Scare, the Chameleon Pack power-up is a decent substitute. You get a lot of points from using it. Well, I don't need that now. You could have spawned earlier, maybe. This one's actually a lot harder to... oh dear. This one's actually a lot harder to avoid as it moves much faster. The trick is to jump over it early instead of trying to run from it. If you do that, you'll be fine. There's a big fight up here, but a lot of the ghosts are spread far apart, and many of them are also shield ghosts, so we're not going to use our Scare. Have we even used our Scare this level? I don't think so. Really, Chameleon Pack is the best pack for combat. Not because it's easy to kill all the ghosts with it, but because of the amount of points you get. There's one hiding... oh, there it is. I'm gonna let you listen to the music for a bit in this next level because it's my favorite track in the game, and it legitimately surprised me the first time I heard it. Now that's good stuff right there. So after you deal with the shield ghost right here, you can just kind of suck up all the rest with the magnet power-up super easy. The gimmick of this level is that we traverse different parts of the ship with these geysers. And the geysers go to varying heights depending on what gravity we're at. If all you care about is getting through the stage as quickly as possible, you can adjust the gravity every time before you use the geysers. But then you miss out on some of the collectibles, and we don't want to do that. Also, you don't want to hit your head on the platforms. I swear I didn't mess up on purpose. Just so you could hear the music more. I swear that was not my intention. We could yank the chain again and use this geyser to go way up further in the level, but we'd miss a challenge area if we did that. This point multiplier is one of the most useless in the game. There's basically nothing to use it on. I wouldn't say this challenge level is challenging either. What a surprise, but it is at least fun. You have to time your fall between those squishing platforms so that way you can hit the collectible without, you know, dying. Not that hard. I think this might be the longest level in this world, but I can't tell if that's because the level is actually long or because I'm incompetent. Even though this jump doesn't look that far, we wouldn't be able to make it if we didn't bite the chain first. This is the only level where Apex talks to us, and the things he says imply that he has no idea why we're here. Also, look at the floor on this platform. Look at it. Look at how awesome that is. That is a great effect. This is also really the only area where the alien shots actually do something. They go across the platform in some pretty tricky patterns. They might be less tricky if I didn't walk right into them, though. Look, this game was made for younger audiences. Clearly, I am just playing it as it was intended to be played. That's what I'm doing right now. We really, really don't want to use our scare until the very end of the level. Please grab it. Look, I swear I didn't see the spikes. What is that glowing green thing in the middle? I don't care. Look at how pretty the environment is. Look at how not screwed up the frame rate is right now. These are things to be happy for. So even though I'm really bad at this, apparently, there's a really neat collectible right here. Oh, okay, the one time the spikes retreat, I actually pull something neat looking. God damn it. Look, I'm still probably this game's best player. I doubt anyone else is gunning for that title right now. This is why we wanted to save our scare. So let's see what Apex has to talk about.
Okay, that's it! I don't know why you're here, but we're going to finish this once and for all. You can fight all you want. I'll always be ahead. Ahead!
This might be the toughest boss to get the high score on, and it's actually pretty difficult even when you're not trying to get the high score. All of these platforms can be blown up by Apex, and the only way to hurt Apex is to turn him over by hitting one of those missiles. But doing that by itself isn't enough to get the high score. You have to hit his underbelly after he flips over. And if you miss even a single opportunity to lob fireballs at him, you probably won't get the high score. This boss has the distinction of having a second phase that's harder than the first. Most of the bosses do not do so. Yeah, it's actually seriously hard to avoid everything. So, this phase is actually really tricky. These lasers cut through platforms really fast. And there are still missiles left over for us to hurl at him, but that won't get us nearly as much points. Thankfully, I think we're already at the required high score, because we get a big bonus when we finish him off. Yeah, I think we're done. Sometimes the game will spawn you on a platform as it crumbles, and that's not fun. Thankfully, that doesn't happen too often.
Okay, Apex, where are my parents?
Your parents?
Give it up! I know you're holding them prisoner!
I don't know what you're talking about. They're gone. I don't know where they are.
Of course he doesn't! But I do. I've got your parents now, and I'd be happy to release them. For a price.
I'll do anything! Just tell me what you want.
This!
The repository! The container where all the bodies of the Netherworld ghosts are stored.
Exactly! You bring me the repository, and I'll release your parents!
But Cersei and the President have it hidden. It'll probably be really hard to get. And if I steal it, I'll be betraying all my friends.
Boo-hoo! Not my problem. Now, do we have a deal?
We have a deal. Sorry about wrecking your ship, Apex.
That's okay, I understand. Betrayus can be a real jerk. Believe me, I know. Good luck with that.
Thanks.
So, did you do it?
Yes, he doesn't suspect a thing. My special homing chip is in place. You should be able to track that pesky yellow orb wherever he goes.
Excellent! That dim-witted little lemon ball is going to lead me right to the repository!
Paxter, you're never gonna find the repository.
And even if you did, you can't give it to Betrayus. If he gets the ghost bodies back, he'll start another Pac-World war. Anyway, you can't trust him.
Sorry, guys, but I don't have a choice. Whoa!
Are you sure it will be safe, Circumference?
Hee, no worries. Nobody'll think to look for it in the ancient past. Trust me, it will be well protected.
Talk about a lucky break!
Pac, if you're going to do this, we can't help you.
Yeah, dude, this is wrong.
Then I guess I'm going alone.
What the?
So yeah, Pac-Man does just straight up betray his friends. And if you're thinking that might lead to some interesting narrative things later, it doesn't. This Pacrocini section isn't too different from the one we saw way earlier in World 1, but we do get a new power-up here. And it's this thing. Obviously very satisfying to use. The only other major difference is that there's way more ghosts in your way this time. And with the way the Pacrocini controls, it's best to kill them instead of trying to evade them. When we have the shield, we can straight up run into ghosts without even losing any speed. But of course the shield doesn't last forever. It'd be really hard for me to pick a favorite world overall, but I think the fourth world probably has my favorite game design, or level design. That might have seemed like a waste of a scare, but don't worry, I know what I'm doing. We're gonna fill our scare up in like the next 10 seconds. See, that was pretty fast. So a lot of the level design in the fourth world revolves around going off to the side instead of on the main path. We've already seen this a few times. But I think this world does it the best. The fifth and final world doesn't do it quite as well, I think, because it's a little preoccupied with being the big finale. You can finish this part of the level without even coming down here to fight the ghosts, but after you play this game long enough, you start to see all the ghosts as giant sacks of points. And thanks to these optional ghosts down here, we've already reached the required high score. Providing we get the collectibles, which we will. I've said before that basically you just use the fire to interact with the environment. That doesn't change much. That's still what we're doing right now. This little area has one of my favorite hidden collectibles, but real quick, we're gonna make fast use of this point multiplier. I'm pretty sure this is what they intended you to use it for, because the shield ghosts take a bit longer. Just pull this out of the way. Yeah, that one's pretty nice. I think they hid that one decently enough, but it's not like you'd never find it. These mammoths are basically just indestructible bulldozers, just avoid them entirely. Here's a new type of enemy we can only hurt when it pokes its head out. We can also stun it with the fire when it pokes its head out. It shoots slime in a 360-degree motion. It's only hard to avoid if you don't notice it. Of all the worlds in the game, I think this one has the most noticeably unique architecture. Like, the third part of this level is just a giant climb. And I'm a sucker for games that make you climb things. Just in general, for no real reason. We're gonna want to save our scare up after we get it again. We already have the high score, but still. You can double jump over these, but you want to be careful because they're on a slant. Have to time yourself really well. Here's one of the meanest collectibles. Yeah, I don't think many people would think to look back here. You can still get the high score without this collectible, as I'll demonstrate in just a second. Oh no, you got a point multiplier, but no ghost to use it on. Thankfully, that bomb explodes really fast. Now, I love the first part of this stage. It has such good rhythm. You want to jump from platform to platform as quickly as possible, collecting the point multipliers in, always biting the ghost that hasn't shot its goo yet, because otherwise you'll run face first into it, and you'll waste too much time. But if you pull it off successfully, you can totally maximize all 4 point multipliers. Sorry, 3. I have nothing bad to say about that section, it's just pretty banging. I have nothing interesting to say about this section, it's just pretty average. But I think that's alright. This is another level that's split into distinct parts. The second part is actually a bit of a chase scene.
There's the repository! Whoa! Cersei was right about it being protected. I'm gonna need a pretty awesome berry to beat that Pacosaurus. Uh-oh!
As long as you never stop rolling during this part, you'll be fine. Whatever you do, do not use the dash. It will slow you down more than it will help you. Right here being the exception, because you need to make this jump. The second part of the chase scene isn't really a chase, and you're not really on a timer. It is my duty to point out that the chase scene will glitch if you die during the first part. The T-Rex will spawn too close to Granite Pack, and it will be impossible to finish the stage properly because he will always catch you. This section is pretty cool aside from that, but if you fall or die during the first section, then you need to restart the entire level, which is kind of a big oversight. The first bit of this level is relatively uneventful, so I'm going to talk about the game design as a whole for a second. In the original Ghostly Adventures game, you lost your power-up every time you were hit, and that made it really hard to base entire levels around certain power-ups. They still tried to do that, but part of the challenge was losing the power-up, so they had to try and find a balance. But when you can just switch freely, it makes for a much more arcadey atmosphere. You can just maximize your points instantly, however you like. Whereas in the original, points weren't even a factor. You might not think so, because the area over here is so unassuming, but this is where we're going to be getting most of our points. We do have to make sure our scare reaches ghosts on the top level and the bottom level at the same time. But there are far more on the bottom level, just kind of grouped together. Yeah, you saw how many points that was. Usually the places where you can get a lot of points are more obvious, so you could probably miss that easily. This area right here is designed so well. Look at how many platforms there are. Look at how much stuff there is to grab. You look at this and you say, yeah, I want to jump all over that. All up in that. It is easy to miss quite a few things in this area because of that. But you can always go back and get it. At least until you leave. For example, I just completely ran past that cherry. Or apple. It's an apple. We basically completely waste this point multiplier because I forgot where the second point multiplier was until it was too late. The platforming itself in this area isn't anything spectacular, it's just how open it is that makes it interesting. It is at this point that I realize I have forgotten a collectible. It does let me show off something kinda cool, though. You're definitely not meant to do that. If I were being extremely generous, I could say that this single section encapsulates the original Ghostly Adventures design in just one area. Just the whole thing in one area. That wouldn't be completely honest, though. There are things that the original game does better. But this game overall is much better designed. Kind of weird how far away the goal is from the last collectible. I'm used to them being fairly close together. This bit might actually seem a bit difficult since you can't do anything to fight the mammoths, but you can just double jump right over them. So, really, they're not a threat at all. But I think this is better than if they would have just made you wait for them to pass, so I think they made the better decision overall. This fight might actually be a little difficult if you didn't take out the fire ghost first, but you probably figured to do that on your own. You do not have to finish these guys off from the back, by the way. I just do that because I like it. That clicking noise you heard just now was the game's music audio screwing up. and you can sometimes bring it back by fooling around with the options, but it generally goes back out. This is not an issue with me or with my PlayStation. This is also something that just happens with the game. And the audio went back out again. It's another really unfortunate thing that there's no excuse for. Sometimes it doesn't happen at all, sometimes it does happen, and I can't tell why. Well, let's try to ignore that unfortunate happening and just pretend this stage doesn't have music. We already got more than a fair share of points from the very first encounter, but there's another point multiplier in these bushes, and it's best to just use it on these ghosts. There's really nothing else worthwhile down here besides these two. There is one more bush ghost all the way over here, but you're not going to reach it before your point multiplier runs out. When we push down this log, sometimes a rainbow ghost appears, and sometimes it drops another point multiplier. It seems to be randomly decided. If it does drop a point multiplier, which it just so happens to here, the best thing you could possibly do is run way up here further in the level, because there's nothing else down there you could use this on. The only thing to really look out for up here is that these mammoths can interrupt your chain. They have a habit of standing right between you and the next ghost you're trying to chomp. This level's gimmick, more or less, is that it makes heavy use of Rubber Pack's downward slam. I wouldn't say it's very creative use of the downward slam. I'm sure they could have found better things to do with it. But taken at face value, it's still an extra gimmick that the slam has that does not revolve around pounding in bounce pads. Have you noticed the eyes on the mammoths are really close together? That kind of creeps me out. I do like that you don't have to stomp on most of the logs, just near them, and they kind of explode into chunks. It's really satisfying. I do like that there's a lot in this area right here. It's a very busy area. There were these 3 stumps, there were more stumps in the corner, there's fuzzbit, geysers, and mammoths. And also ghosts that we already ate. Hey, you remember this from way back in Paclantis? It came back for all of 3 seconds. I apologize if you can hear the clicking noise of the audio screwing up. Hopefully it will be back for the next level. Hopefully. It really wasn't necessary to put a mammoth down here. He doesn't really do anything. But I guess it makes the area more busy than it would be otherwise. Makes it seem less barren. We've already fought this guy a ton of times. There's really no reason to be concerned with him anymore. Maybe we should be concerned about that mob of ghosts surrounding us, though. Nope, never mind, they just kind of froze for a second.
Let's get out of here.
I really like this last collectible. It's right there where the geyser is. But if you hover into the geyser while it's going off, you obviously get pushed away. But you can't hover over there right after the geyser goes down, or else it'll come back up again by the time you reach it. So you have to time yourself very well. I really like this level for a lot of reasons, but first things first. This area right here shows just how far the red ghost can teleport. There's basically no limit, height-wise. But this is the first level where it felt like they designed the geography specifically for use with Granite Pack. There's a lot of slopes, there's a lot of bowls, and there are these bumpers that function like they would in pinball. It's just really fun. If I do have a complaint, it's that hitting the bumpers does not provide you with a very good reward. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of pellets, but we don't exactly need those for anything. Sorry, had to turn the music back up. I messed with it earlier trying to bring it back, but now that it's back, there's no reason to have it down anymore. This is a very small area to combat these golems. So you have to act fast. Oh.
Cutting it a little close.
There's also these very embarrassingly difficult obstacles. If you think this whole level is going to be all bowls and all skate park mechanics, no. There's some more of the game design we've already seen here too. Just repurposed. And kind of better. Oh, that was embarrassing. These golems are specifically placed to make life as difficult for you as possible. That's not to say they can't be avoided, just that if you're even a little bit reckless, you'll end up flying off the edge. And this is where we leave the bowls and reach an actual pinball table. There are even flippers down there. Hopefully we won't ever have to use them. If you are curious though, the flippers activate by themselves when you get close enough. There's really nothing special about them. I can't believe I got that on my first try. That may look easy, but you have to jump at just the right time to make it work. Thankfully, you can always go back and try it again. And like any good pinball table, there are little extra routes off to the side with more points. This level's design is pretty cute. I like it. In spite of this little place being structured like a bowl, there's nothing to reach right here. We just have to head back. We already have all three collectibles, but I suppose I should show this off over here. It can be very difficult to wedge yourself between the bumpers, especially if you're being stubborn. But after they run out of juice, they don't bounce you around anymore. Believe it or not, there is a way to maximize this point multiplier, in spite of the next one being quite a ways away, and your actual goal being all the way over here. Now, a 3 times point multiplier on these golems is worth 7,500 points a pop, and that's a lot. Do you remember those rotating spike logs that we've seen a few times? They've never been really memorable on their own, but they've been around. Well, this level is pretty much all about them, and it calls them spinners. This is a really slow, really long ride, and it's not boring for me, but oh my god, would it be boring to watch me double jump over these for like 3 minutes straight. So we're gonna speed this up.
Compliments to the chef.
And the second half of the level has absolutely nothing to do with spinners at all. There's really only one chance to get the required amount of points, and it's right up here.
See how good you are when you're up against the clock.
It's actually really easy to miss a high score for this level, even if you do get all 3 collectibles. There's very few enemies, and the only advice I can really give you is to be very careful of which ghosts you chomp. If I didn't get that last big group at the end, we probably wouldn't have made it. In fact, we definitely wouldn't have made it. This challenge area is all about wall bouncing between those crushers that we've seen a few times. I've already wall bounced between these crushers before, back when we first saw them in a challenge. It wasn't necessary then, but it is this time. They always make you wait on these tilting platforms, and they tilt a lot at even the slightest movement. So we're out of the spinner part of Spinner Canyon as a level, and the next part is just a huge maze for Rubber Pack. A maze that mostly revolves around wall bouncing. This is probably as far as the game goes to explore wall bouncing as a mechanic. There is a lot of wall bouncing here is what I'm saying. You have to time yourself really... What am I doing? Oh, trying to avoid letting that happen, right? You have to time yourself really well because there are many places where you have to wait in between 2 crushers. Also, trying to double jump while wall jumping does give you some extra distance, but it has a very high chance of making you unstick after you land on the next wall. I think those might have been the last enemies for the level. I really approve of this maze. It's more open than the other areas we've seen where we use the wall bounce. And it's a lot more difficult too, it doesn't just feel like a rehash. As it goes on, they give you less and less solid ground to stand on. and more crushers. It's a really simple kind of progression, but it works. It would be easy to die here if we hadn't collected so many extra health. So yeah, this level's actually really sparse on enemies. It's pretty difficult to get the high score. This is another Granite Pack level, and just like the last one, there are a lot of ramps and slopes involved. I really dig the Granite Pack levels in World 4. To get this collectible, we have to press a jump right at the edge of the ramp, right here. Thankfully, if you mess that up and have to restart the level, it's right at the beginning. It's also very easy to fall off right here. If you keep moving, it's much easier to stay on the logs. When you're lucky enough to get a Point Multiplier's Granite Pack, you immediately want to seek out golems. Trying to take out ghosts with the Point Multiplier is a huge waste of time. I wouldn't say this Granite Pack level is as involved as the last one, but it is faster paced. It's also another Pacrocini level. I'm not sure, but I think this might be the third time, maybe the second. For this world, I mean. I know we saw the Pacrocini back in World 1. And at the beginning of this world, I know there's one I'm missing somewhere. You remember these, I like these, but we already know how to deal with them.
I'll just take the Pacrocini from here.
I love how casually he says that. I'll just take the Pacrocini from here. Why not? It's a nice day. This section is extremely hard, and I don't think it's just me. Everyone who plays this seems to have trouble with this particular Pacrocini section. Mostly because of these fire hazards. I've never actually seen anyone get a time bonus. They always seem to reach the end just after time runs out. And I'm no exception to that. That's okay, because regardless of the time bonus, the Pacrocini still gives us a lot of points.
That was exciting.
The last collectible for this level is really hard to miss. It actually would appear to be the main path at first. This platform up here has 3 purple ghosts shooting a wave of bullets at you. And I just kind of ran right into them. But it's also one of the last chances you have to get points.
This isn't safe. That is the spot.
Without the Pacrocini, I doubt you could get the high score for this level. But these guys up here help a lot. We haven't seen them in forever. I actually think we might not have seen them since World 1. I believe this level is the shortest of World 4, but you don't have time to screw around. There are point multipliers lining the cliffside, and you need to get as many of them as possible in a row. And you want to get at least 9,000 points from that collectible. If you don't have 20,000 points by the time you're out of this point multiplier, you're screwed. Even with this much, we'll just barely make it. This challenge area is nothing special. You can reach this challenge area before you get Chameleon Pack, and as a result, you don't need to use his ability here. You just run between Crushers a lot. And considering what we've seen Crushers used for so far, this is nothing. This level is pretty sparse on points. This first part with all the point multipliers, that's where it's at. If you don't get at least 20,000, then it's just over. You're done, restart the level. The second half of this level is still fun though, it's just a big platforming gauntlet. There's just not a lot of enemies to speak of. Up here is a collectible that's really easy to miss. We have to stay on this platform and jump over the fire. If we jump down there, we'll miss the pole that leads us to the collectible. This pole right here. You would either have to die or restart the level to reach that if you missed it. Even with this many points, I was still really unsure if I had enough to reach the high score. Thankfully, yes.
Too cool! Hey! The Tree of Life! Here in the past, it must have just sprouted! And Pac-Kong berries! Just what the Pacosaurus ordered!
So the game transitions to a beat 'em up for this boss fight, and the fight's not hard itself, but trying to get the high score is, because you actually want to do as little damage to him as possible. The more damage you do to him, the faster his health bar goes down, and the faster the fight ends. Our heavy attack is completely useless, because the only way to maximize points is to perform our full 3-hit combo on him. When we perform our full 3-hit combo, we get 1,600 points and an extra 500 from Slimetanium. He's only vulnerable to a full combo for a very short period of time. No, he's not vulnerable when he's dazed. If we use our heavy attack, we can break through his block and deal massive damage, but we don't get many points for that. So yes, basically the heavy attack is completely useless, and you have to very carefully choose when you're going to punch. It is still a bit more lenient than the boss fight against Apex, because there is some room for error here, just not a lot. second phase of this boss fight is even easier than the first. That is, if you're playing it normally, because you can just pick up these rocks and hurl them at him, and the rocks hurt him a lot. But we still need to get our score to at least 40,000. I would go in detail about which attacks the Pacosaurus has, but all of them basically just hit straight in front of them, save for one. Yeah, that tail whip thing. We can block, as I tried to show you there, but he can just charge right through our block. We can also dodge roll out of the way. Really, moving normally is the best way to evade attacks. And I think we're finally all good on points. We have at least 40,000, and we get a big bonus for beating him. So now we can finally start hitting him with rocks. It's kinda hard to pick them up. Pac seems to want to smash them sometimes. But if you throw them, yeah, that's a lot of damage. Unfortunately, very few points.
Now all I have to do is take the repository to Betrayus and...
No need to trouble yourself.
Yes, we shall take the repository to betray us ourselves.
But Betrayus and I had a deal!
Yeah, to release your parents in exchange for the repository. I'm sure Lord Betrayus would have been happy to keep his promise.
If he actually had your parents, that is.
Betrayus doesn't know where my parents are? He was lying?
Of course he was. What part of betray us don't you understand? Anyway, we have to run. Thanks for all your help.
You were right. I never should have trusted Betrayus. He never even had my parents, and I led him right to the repository. I really messed up.
Everybody makes mistakes, dude. You thought he had your parents. What could you do?
The important thing now is to find a way to fix this. We have to get to the Netherworld and find Betrayus before he finds a way to open the repository.
We?
Of course! We're not going to let you do this alone. Let's get going!
That was an incredibly deep and moving conversation they had just there. So yeah, Pac is instantly forgiven for almost getting everybody in Pac World killed. I mean, yeah, everybody makes mistakes, but you knew it was wrong when you did it, right, Pac? I mean, I don't think you can use ignorance or best intentions as an excuse this time. You pretty much just straight up said screw everybody. There's nothing interesting to say about this Pacrocini section. It's just like the last one, except there are more hazards. And you would think that would make it harder, but I actually find it much easier. This game has far more Pacrocini sections than it has flying sections. That might seem a little weird, but honestly the Pacrocini sections have a lot more to them.
That was one wild ride!
Oh no, the frame rate. I thought we fixed you. This is a new enemy type. It sucks eyeballs out of Pac and spawns new ghosts. The ghosts do count for extra points, but the machine can only spawn so many before it breaks down. I like this final world, but I think it's a lot less creative and fun than the previous one. I get they were trying to do the whole big finale thing. I mean, the music certainly reflects that okay. I'm sticking around this, I don't know what you want to call this ghost spawning machine, because this particular one has a glitch. After it can no longer spawn any more ghosts, it's supposed to explode. But this one tries to suck up eyeballs and then just doesn't spawn ghosts with them. So rather weird glitch. Hey, look, it's that thing I keep saying is never going to come back, but it's come back twice now. It's a really neat piece of design. I'm glad they used it 3 times. In the original Ghostly Adventures game, the ice ghosts seem a lot more aggressive. They kind of just stand around here. But then again, fighting enemies in this game is a lot easier in general. Though the ice ghosts do unfreeze faster, I'll give them that. The 5th world is kind of a gallery of, here's every piece of design you've seen so far. They do still find ways to switch it up, like combining these fire switches with the flipping platforms. You're not going to find anything terribly new or interesting, though. Just different takes on things we've already seen. The ghost spawning machines can make maximizing your points more difficult, but also a lot easier. No matter where you are, they will hit you with that beam, but after they hit you with it, they spawn more ghosts for you to get points from. Unfortunately, I forgot there were ice ghosts flying around. Still got plenty of points, though. The beam that the spawning machine shoots doesn't actually hurt you. It just makes you stop what you're doing for a second or so. Which is only really bad if you have a point multiplier active. World 5 is very lax about hiding its collectibles. For example, there's a really neat fire glide challenge right here, similar to the one we saw in an actual challenge area. But they just decided to put all 3 collectibles in this pathway. Again, there is no delay on Pac's fire glide. You can turn around instantly, so it's all about reflexes. We did miss some ghosts that we could have gotten if we went the other path, but we would have missed the collectibles that way. It can be hard to get the high score on this stage if you don't make the most out of that, that area back there with the spawning machine we saw just a minute ago. Really nothing particularly spectacular about the stage, but it did introduce that new enemy. I like this level a lot more. It makes pretty good use of Chameleon Pack's abilities. Like this area right here. You have to be careful not to move too much after the grapple points fling you. But yeah, this game, this stage re-explores all of Chameleon Pack's platforming abilities. He doesn't have a lot of them or anything. But it doesn't stick around long enough to feel like a retread, really. It also has that slightly open feeling that another Chameleon Pack stage had. Space Dock Swing, I think. In this opening area, there's three optional spots you can visit, 2 of which have collectibles, one of which just had that Slimetanium. I do like that up here they have the green ghosts lobbing slime at you because their slime bounces. It's really good use of their abilities. Oftentimes the green ghosts are on level with you, so the fact that their slime arcs doesn't mean anything, but this was an exception. The first time I played this level, I freaked out because I thought I had missed a collectible, but it actually turns out that oh dear. It actually turns out that what appears to be the way forward is in fact another extra area. Right over here. There's really nothing interesting that can be said about Chameleon Pack's basic platforming abilities anymore. I do like that right here they make you switch between both kinds of grapple points, and at the end you have to bite onto ghosts. But you have plenty of time to react to that, so it's not hard or anything. It's been said before, but I'll say it again, while Chameleon Pack's combat abilities are not as good as a scare, they're a decent substitute. You get quite a bit of points from just eating ghosts with Pack's tongue. For some reason, while playing the 5th world, I seem to have a compulsion to pick up extra things I don't really need. Like, I know there's nothing in these bushes. Or in those containers, but for some reason I wanted to get them anyway.
Hi, silly. Pac, we've got to get to the repository before Butler and Buttocks get it to betray us.
Do you get it? It's funny because both their names have butt in it. So we're playing as Granite Pack, and since the theme of this world is re-exploring design, we're going to be seeing crumbling platforms, tilting platforms, and of course slopes and bowl-like structures. I understand they wanted to fit every power-up and its design into the final world, but I feel like this refresher could have come a bit later, since we just played as Granite Pack a whole lot in the last world. I will say that I like the Underworld style of bumper, though. Looks a lot prettier than the ones we saw in the Prehistoric world. This area does introduce a kind of new hazard for Granite Pack to deal with. There are little pits all over the place as opposed to the big pits you find during platforming. And since a big part of the challenge of Granite Pack is controlling his momentum, all these little pits all over the place make a lot of sense. It's pretty good design, really. I don't recall the pits showing up all that much, but we have already seen a lot of Granite Pack. Maybe next the developers can work on some kind of Marble Madness or Monkey Ball kind of game. I don't think so though, because Vicious Cycle Software mostly works with licensed games. The developer of this game is technically Monkey Bar Games, but they're a division of Vicious Cycle Software, and they do not seem to exist independently at all, so I'm just going to mention the two together. As I said, I don't know why, but I was really obsessed with collecting things that didn't need collected. The way we have to move forward is a little bit unorthodox for these kinds of sections. We have to make a pretty big leap. Usually the game doesn't ask you to do that with Granite Pack. The final world has 2 flying sections, and both of them have pretty good music, but Silly really gets the short end of the stick design-wise. Maybe that's not fair to say, she just doesn't get to finish off the boss fight. The Netherworld's flying sections have noticeably more hazards than the others. And a lot of the hazards come in pretty neat forms, such as these plumes. These giant plumes of lava. Also, there's a sweet guitar riff. Unfortunately, aside from the increased amount of hazards and a boss fight that we've yet to see, there's not much new here. I will say that whatever that red and black hexagon thing is looks pretty rad, though. And here's the boss fight. The sad thing is that it doesn't matter how much damage we deal to the dragon. Even though it flashes red, it's invulnerable right now. It simply flies away after we get rid of all the ghosts. That doesn't mean we should try and fly right into it, though. I do like all the pipes and the weird... The environment looks pretty, is what I'm trying to say. They made a really good style. I also think the over-the-top rock music is really appropriate for this setting. I wish they would have used it a bit more. The way it switches between fast-paced electronic and these guitar riffs make me think of, like, a bullet hell game. I would just let you listen to that, but there is one more piece of design up here. I said the game throws some environmental hazards our way that are integrated very well. And after we turn a corner, very slow corner, the game starts hurling fireballs at us, like straight out of Mario. Those are probably the most difficult hazards to evade, period. So that was it for, like, maybe the first third of World 5. And I don't usually mention things like this, but I have a cold or something, and it's doing weird stuff to my brain. So if my commentary was a bit off, I apologize. But I'm not going to stop recording. That's just crazy. You might remember these really awesome looking tilting platforms from World 3. Well, they're back, and we have to collect point multipliers on the far ends of them just like last time. For exactly the same reason. To use them on ghosts at the end of the path. Of course, last time we did this, there weren't giant fire wheels of death. I would say that's the main difference here. The way the green ghosts right here are laid out would actually be pretty cool if we had a reason to stay down there where the shots could hit us. I think there was a single shield ghost, but that's not enough. It isn't too hard to deal with the fire wheels. You already have to have a sense of rhythm going, so you just make them a part of that. And if you get the point multipliers on the way here, you're good. You're good for the whole stage already. I cannot describe how uncomfortable the sound of these bats is in my headset. But this area can actually be really difficult because they hurl fireballs and bats at you, and if either of them touch you, you take damage. Not a lot of safe places to stand, which is why I recommend jumping like I did there. I like the stained glass window designs in the Netherworld. They seem to be a lot more frequent in the original game. Another area up here where the green ghosts are up higher than we are. There's more than a few enemies down here this time. If you absolutely have to use a scare with a shield ghost nearby, always eat the shield ghost first so they don't interrupt your chain. There are a whole lot of enemies in this first part. I suppose that's because it just focuses on Pac's regular form. We've officially entered the second half though, and you don't get any points for guessing which power-up we use here. In the original Ghostly Adventures game, freezing plumes of lava with the ice power-up was a thing that happened pretty early, but you visited the Netherworld twice in that game and only once here. I will say also that the original Ghostly Adventures game did a lot more with the lava mechanics, but that's because it was a lot slower. I have no idea what I was doing. I do appreciate that in this game the ice beam fires a lot faster than in the original. Here's something actually interesting. Fighting two of these guys at once can be kinda hard, because they both lob fireballs at you at the same time. It would be neat if their fireballs melted that icy platform, but I don't think they could have been expected to program in that contingency. That's not something they probably ever thought would happen. You can see how this would actually be pretty difficult though, I assume. There's a lot to keep track of. While we kill one of them, the other one has the opportunity to get back up to strength, but then it just turns into the fight we're already familiar with, so that's not a big deal. Now, I would like to see a battle with 3 of these guys. That would have been pretty fun. A lot of the levels are named after what they do, but this one in particular is a really good example of that. If the game hadn't already used Swing Bounce Gauntlet to describe itself, that's exactly how I would have done it. So good job. Please stop biting the vending machines past me. There's nothing in them. So we've done almost everything there can be done with swinging. The only thing to do is add in the hazards we haven't seen yet. being these fire wheels. There was a new type of ghost back there, but I didn't get enough time to talk about him. Don't worry, we'll see him again. This giant glob of green ghosts over here can hit you very easily, and they probably would hit you quite a few times if the game didn't slow down. In this game, it's a lot easier to survive and kill enemies, but if they used some of these enemy layouts in the original game, that would have been pretty cool. Not necessarily in a bad way. Like I said, the final world is pretty lax with how it hides its power-ups. Sorry, collectibles. I'm sure you remember this from back in World 3. The only difference is that the spikes are now much closer. Much closer. You can't ask for a much better situation than a whole bunch of ghosts just lining up in a straight line like that. You might be asking yourself, what is there to be done with Rubber Pac? And you'll see. You'll see. I turn off Rubber Pac's powers during combat out of habit, but the way he stuns enemies can be useful. It's just, I would rather use the scare. So there is still a hazard we haven't combined with Chameleon Pac yet. The Crushers. This might not seem like a big deal, but you do have to adjust your timing more than with the other hazards. And not do that for some reason. You can't get on top of these Crushers right here, and there's nothing on top of them. But every time I get to this part, I try. And honestly, I don't know why. Look, if you're recording Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures 2, you would zone out too. Don't pretend you wouldn't.
I've got a spring in my Spotify!
We've already seen this before back in World 4. I say back in World 4 like we weren't just there. But that's not the highlight of Rubber Pac in this level. It's over here. It would be over there. It will be. Just momentarily. Just give me a second. So you remember how the game combined the bounce pad timing with hazards, right? Well, this is that ramped up to the extreme. There are 2 fire beams on each wheel of fire. Oh dear. And you do have to stop yourself when you reach a button. So your timing has to be absolutely perfect. Really, you can only fall down once or twice here. And there's not a lot of room for you to stand, except for on the buttons themselves. This makes me feel like they should have incorporated the vending machines as platforms. That would have been pretty neat. You've already seen me do this, and if you're patient, it's not hard at all, but I am not. It's still pretty hard to die. Some more platforms that tilt at just the slightest touch from Pac-Man, and this isn't much of a challenge right here, but these aren't here to be challenging. They're here to hide the last collectible, which is actually in a pretty decent spot. Now this is pretty cool. Before, when we did this wall bounce challenge, there were only hazards on either the left or right side, not both. So I approve of that. And this is a pretty awesome floor. Here's where we see that new ghost type again, whenever he spawns. Yeah, that guy, the Matador. We can't bite him. He just completely dodges our attack. We can get rid of his costume and also his powers by using our scare. But if we don't have a scare, we have to use one of our other power-ups. Thankfully, you never encounter them when you don't have a power-up. It doesn't matter what frame of his animation he's on or whether you actually chomp him, because you'll see right here my mouth goes through him. It just can't be done. It's not like it's ever hard to disable him with other methods, though. This is another Granite Pack level, and it really doesn't waste any time. Boop. And right in. This level bears a lot of similarities to one in World 4, the difference being that the layout is a bit more crowded. For the better, I'd say. There are a lot more flippers, though you still don't need to use them. And the bits of ice that Ice Ghosts leave behind can trip up Granite Pack too, but I find them to be fairly easy to avoid. Sometimes the slightest touch from your dash will destroy these golems, and sometimes you have to hit them like 3 or 4 times for it to register. It's a really strange glitch. And it is definitely not momentum related. I had thought that at first, but no, it's definitely not. There are a lot more breakable walls in this world, and a lot more of these, I don't know what you would call it, there's a lot of turns. This level is also something of a pinball table like the other one, but like I mentioned already, the structure is a bit more complex. The turns aren't exactly hard to navigate, but they're fun to navigate. It's a lot more involving than just rolling straight forward like in the other pinball stage, even if there was a slope there. Even this hallway we just blasted through is a bit more memorable because of the placement of the bumpers. You kind of have to zigzag through. I find it funny that all things considered, the straight path is by far the more dangerous one. It's really not hard to control yourself on those turns. And the straight path has falling platforms. But yes, this level may be the first one where the bumpers could be considered actual hazards instead of just something to screw around with. And here we reach the part of the stage that most resembles a pinball table. Even the layout of the pellets kind of resembles one. I wish they would have put more spiky helmeted ghosts right here, in this particular area. That and the combination of the bumpers and ice ghosts would have made it pretty challenging. Just like in the last pinball level, there are offshoot areas that lead us to collectibles. But not only are there more of them this time, they also lead us back to the main path, instead of us having to backtrack. I guess you could complain about this level being really similar to the one in World 4, but I think the design here is a lot better. The level design, at least. There's a lot more obstacles, and they're not just randomly placed. It's kind of hard, from an observant perspective, to tell the difference between I ran straight into this golem and I made a slight diagonal change in movement to run into this golem, like right here. But it's something. Is it the most enthralling level ever made? No. But the slight changes in environmental design make it so that you have to at least pay a little bit of attention that you wouldn't have otherwise. For example, the bumpers up here at the top of this cliff. We can't just roll over all the ice ghosts in a straight line because the bumpers prevent us on both sides. So we either have to roll right past them or take them out horizontally, which is much more difficult. And even if you do choose to roll right past them, you have to come back, because this is the end of the stage. I also like the golem at the very end. It's kinda in a sniper role, being a nuisance while you're trying to take out the ice ghosts.
To the ship!
I suppose the name the lava pits can sound a bit generic, but there are far more pits of lava in this stage than any other. So it's at least appropriate. It's pretty hard to make the most out of this point multiplier. Because of that. In fact, I mess up so badly here I think I kill myself to start over. Yep. I have 98 more tries to get this right. Even if we're going to be here a while, it's going to be done. Well, this isn't going better at all, is it? This might be going worse. Much worse. Well, no, I guess I got more points in the end. I love that there's just this single one-up hidden over here. Not even in the original Ghostly Adventures would it make sense to hide one like that. Also, we can disable these fire wheels with our ice beam. Not at all necessary. Kind of neat, though. So I kind of mess up right here. There is a hidden point multiplier over to my left. And I actually didn't know it was there until I recorded this session. But hey, surprise! You can find out new things about this game even after you've played it. I mean, really, no matter what game it is, you're probably going to discover more things on your second run-through. Though I think this is my third. You know what's a completely useless detail that I know about? In the original Ghostly Adventures game, the vending machines couldn't be opened or attacked with the ice beam, but they can here. I assume it's another change they made to make this version, not this version, this game feel more arcadey. Where am I going? Where am I going? Oh, I know where I'm going. Smooth. Real smooth. Hey look, what matters is that I kind of memorized where they are. So I only waste your time for like 10 seconds at a time. Giving you a shield and 2-point multipliers is a little bit excessive for this few amount of ghosts. But are you really going to turn down free points? A lot of free points. Again, good placement of the green ghosts. Something this world seems to have a lot of. And look, it's the most nefarious of all of the magnet traps, the fire wheel attached to the spinning platform wheel. Not all that hard, truth told. Still a lot harder than every other platforming challenge with Magnet Pack. I said way earlier that I really like when the game puts you on a 2D plane and gives you a lot of obstacles to avoid. I think I mentioned that the last time we had something like this back in World 1. And this really isn't as challenging as it could be, but they're still coming up with new ways to use Magnet Pack's power-up in the final world. I think that's a good thing. This game, as I said, since we've started, is not exactly challenging, but there's enough variety to keep it entertaining at the least. I don't know how long this game is, maybe 3 or 4 hours, I don't know. It doesn't get boring though. Do you remember that time we had Apex with a whole bunch of ghosts? Well, this is like that, except instead of Apex, it's one of those winged demons. It's actually a little bit more difficult than the Apex fight, because Apex only had one attack, really. But it's a lot easier after you turn off his fire. I can't even count how many times we've seen this demon mini-boss. I think we see him 2 times in this level alone. Spiral has the better of the 2 flying stages in the Netherworld, but his is not really all that different. So we're going to use this time to talk about something else. It's come to my attention that I didn't do my usual psychoanalytical thing for Pac's motivation to find his parents. Kinda gave him the raw end of the stick and just poked fun at him. But you know, while Paxter's motivation to find his parents wasn't all that deep or interesting in this particular instance, it is an interesting narrative theme in general. It's kind of funny because it's a really fine line between genuine character depth and protagonist-centered morality. Now the latter is bad. You don't want your protagonist to get away with murder and have people think it's okay. That's something the actual show kind of does a lot. Pac-Man's an absolute glutton in the show, and he gets away with it. But the show is also not meant to be taken all that seriously. But the idea of sacrificing everything for someone you love, even other people's lives, kind of brings up some interesting moral questions. I assume that a significant number of people feel that their family is worth more than other people, or that their friends are worth more than other people. It's just how our emotions work. We interact with them on a daily basis, so we're more attached to them. Or, you know, they birthed us. But something that's not often enough explored is that sacrificing everything for your loved ones is kind of a fucked up thing to do. I mean, sure, we're meant to relate with the protagonist, and we do. But if you were the person whose life was being sacrificed for someone's child, you might feel a bit differently. And as near as I can tell, this point isn't brought up very often. You don't really get the perspective of other people whose lives are being sacrificed. Or if you do, it's only very briefly, and everything turns out okay in the end because the protagonist screwed things up or didn't go through with it. I apologize if you think I'm going somewhere with this, because that was the whole thing. That was it. So anyway, about Spiral's flying level. In addition to having better design, it has much better set pieces, like this giant cavern. It kinda looks really awesome. And even though this section right here isn't much different from the fight we had with the dragon just a bit ago, he attacks much more frequently. I suppose they pulled things like this to justify having a second flying level and including both Silly and Spiral in the final world. Though I think just one flying level for the final world would have cut it. You might notice we're jerking left and right suddenly. That's because you do have a dodge move. It's almost entirely useless because you can move out of the way on your own in time. But, you know. Unlike with Silly, we actually get to finish off the dragon this time. I think Paxter regularly fights these dragons in the show. They're not like some sort of ultra big bad enemy or anything. I think he gets rid of a couple in the first episode even. It does seem to be faster to kill the dragon with homing shots. Welcome to the penultimate level, and I wish I could say it's one of the more interesting ones, but it's really not. It opens with a big fight with a whole ton of ghosts, which is fun and everything, but it's nothing we haven't already seen. And there's not exactly any new or interesting enemy formations to talk about. Really, it just throws a whole bunch of ghosts at you to chomp because chomping things is fun. There's almost no way you'd actually get hit here. Though I think I finally get to show you one of these machines breaking down. They're worth 2,000 points, which is a bit. I'm not sure if they're affected by point multipliers. I just really wish these last two stages were more anything. It's not that they're bad or anything, and maybe to someone who's just playing through this game to have fun, doesn't seem like much of a difference. But as someone who obsessively looks at game design, there's definitely a lot less creativity here. This area is kind of cute. There's nothing particularly new about it. But I'm always up for a good chance to show off how large the shockwaves can get. I was actually really tempted to speed up this level, but I feel like that would do a disservice to the game's pacing, considering we're almost at the end. Even though this maze is nothing compared to some of the ones in the original Ghostly Adventures game, it's not all that bad. It's not like you would ever get lost here. But I like the idea of there being a mostly linear corridor with little offshoots. 2 of the collectibles are in this maze, so when you finish the maze without collecting the 3rd one, you might think you missed something, but you didn't. It's easy to think that way, though, because all the collectibles in this world are pretty easy to find.
Woohoo! The Pacopolis, just what I needed.
Well, we finally done it. We finally reached a Pacopolis section that I can't talk over. Or have we? No, we totally have. I'm sure you can see why I find this level to be kind of underwhelming. But if there's something to be said about it, it's that it uses spinning log platforms better than anywhere else in the game. Moving across them horizontally, no problem. Moving across them vertically, actually kind of challenging. Wish they would have done that a bit more. And I think we've already seen this exact fight somewhere. Maybe not. Either way, there's nothing interesting to be said about it. This one starts with a Betray Us challenge, though it's very unlikely you'll get many points from it. At the very least, it's difficult. I wanted to get the tongue, so that way I could get more points out of these guys. This probably would have been the most difficult Betray Us challenge in the game, but the the Chameleon Tongue totally allows you to break it, because you can stay in the air infinitely with it. Just pro strats for you. I want to say this level is pretty underwhelming as well. There are a few interesting things they do here, but nothing that warranted its own stage. I feel like this world may have been 2 levels too long. This level and the previous one have bits of design I like, but they probably could have fit into other levels. For example, this one combines Chameleon Pack and the Crushers and the Fire Wheels all at the same time. And that's pretty cool, but it definitely could have fit in with the other level that we already had of Chameleon Pack. Especially since the themes and the design are exactly the same. Just introducing hazards to Chameleon Pack's platforming design. I don't see how that's something you could forget. I do get a bit of a laugh every time you just completely eat one of the Matador's outfits with Chameleon Pack. It's just on in 1 second and then it's not anymore. Like, see, this is pretty cool. The way they make you switch from chomping Ghost to using Chameleon Pack's tongue. And there's a hazard right in the middle. It's actually pretty neat and it tripped me up. That's like the only time where switching between his tongue and other methods of platforming is actually challenging, and I applaud them for that. Because you wouldn't think it could be done. That's not even hidden, game. That's just right in the open. I would complain about Metal Pack being here because we only use him briefly, but they do some pretty crazy stuff. Just combine literally every hazard in this one little area. It's pretty nuts. You might actually die a few times on this level, because look at this. But yeah, I have nothing bad to say about that. That was pretty banging. The way the stage ends is a bit underwhelming. But honestly, the game has been pretty interesting and well designed as a whole. A few lazy levels here and there, they're not going to break anything, and it's not like they tried to make them lazy.
Lemonhead! The repository's mine, fair and square!
There's nothing fair about it!
True. I do have a problem with that whole honesty thing. I'll have to work on that after I have my body back. Ah! What the? This isn't the repository! It's a fake!
Of course it's a fake! I wasn't gonna let you find the real one! The Lemon Rocket flight recorder picked up everything you and Apex were gabbing about. I knew you were setting up a double cross for Pac, so I set up a triple cross. A pretty good one, too.
I'm sorry, Sir C. I really messed up.
We can talk about that later, my boy. You have to get out of there.
I will. As soon as I take care of a little unfinished business with Lord Betrays.
Now, stylistically and creatively, this boss kicks ass. It looks great, it's goofy, it's fun, it's well designed. Let's explain the basic rules here. You have to hit the ball back on the same plane it heads towards you on. If you hit it on the wrong plane, it doesn't go back toward his paddle, it just flies off into the distance. For example, he hit it toward the right, we have to hit it from the right. Also, of course, the net is trying to attack us. It's not like it's hard to avoid the net, it's just something else you have to pay attention to. I love the idea that he had this set up waiting for us. Also love that Jumbotron screen in the background. I like that Pac-Man is on the left, which is usually where the good guy goes. You figure Betrayus would put himself on the left. Then again, it's not like Betrayus doesn't know he's a bad guy. His name is Betrayus. As it goes on, the net starts to attack you more and more frequently. Betrayus' attacks stay at the same pace, more or less, though. If you're not careful, you can accidentally bite your way right into one of the net's attacks while you're trying to get rid of the ghost minions. You can theoretically get infinite points on this boss fight by just hitting the balls back wrong over and over and over.
Didn't regenerate for free. I would so fire you.
There's no point at which the game says, no, that's enough, stop doing that. And of course Betrayus gets a second phase, because everyone else did too. Betrayus does a slap attack that he slowly reaches all the way across the battlefield. It's easy to avoid if you pay attention to where he is at all times, and you can jump right over it. I don't know if I would say this second phase is harder than the first. It's a bit different though. And of course the nets still attack you to stop you from camping out on the right or left side. No matter what you do, you're going to win the high score for this boss fight. I'm not sure there's anything you could do to avoid getting the high score. You just get so many points from the second half of this boss fight. And you still get a huge bonus for finishing him off, too.
You're gonna get spotted, dude!
Oh, drat!
Not bad! I'm sorry again for all the trouble I caused, Mr. President. I took care of Betrayus. It'll be a while before he tries anything like this again.
Based on our experience so far, probably at least a week.
Yes. Anyway, all's well that ends well. And Sir C has assured me that the real repository is perfectly safe.
Hee-hee! You better believe it. This time I put the repository in a place that only I know about. Or knew about. Now, where was it again?
So that's Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures 2, and it's really good. Like, genuinely good. Like I said, I think in a less cynical time period, this game would be really fondly remembered. But that was the game, and we 100% high scored it. And it's just, I don't know, it's good. It's good. The high score aspect of the game adds a lot more to it. If you play the game without trying to high score it wouldn't be nearly as fun. So if you do pick up this game yourself, keep that in mind. I'll see you soon. Thank you all so much for watching.